and I'm excited for what's to come.
Well, both players in great form, of course, through to the quarterfinals. And then Kalinskaya came in, ranked 75 in the world, and Qinwen ranked number 12. Seeded 15th, and in fact her live ranking now will be up to number 11. Kalinskaya's live ranking up to number 38. So big jump for both players here and plenty to play for.
On that side, so hi, this is Emily. She's going to do the coin toss for us. First of all, for the towels, do you have a preference? Do you want to take the red one? You take the red one, and you take the blue one for the towels? Yeah. And we'll just turn around this way, and we'll make some photos. So we'll do the photos first. Thank you. And now you can ask, we'll face the TV camera here. You can ask any of the players you like to call. We have AO or Yvonne. AO or Yvonne? The Yvonne? This one? This one? Okay. All yours. Very good. Yeah, your call. Receive. Stay. Okay, good match. Thank you. And you're going to go this way, down there, and then you can watch.
Just a little bit later start, as we had Leighton Hewitt inducted into the Australian Tennis Hall of Fame, a special occasion for Leighton on court and family. However, this young lady, Aryna Kalinskaya, yet to win a match previously at the Australian Open in 4 or 5 attempts, and all of a sudden has come down under and played well in Adelaide. In fact, lost to Daria Kasatkina in a match that she really should have won. She was up a set and 4 love. Lost there. Kasatkina got through to the final. So just a hint of the form that we have seen this week, and boy, has she played brilliantly all week long. First match was a 3-set win, and then since then she's been pretty impressive. 25 years of age and ranked 75 in the world, and Andrea, it's fair to say she's a lot better player than what her ranking suggests.
Absolutely. I was telling this in the story in the green room earlier. She is the type of player that would play the best players and the most informed players very tightly every time. You would always see Aryna Kalinskaya losing to Swiatek 4-6 in the third. You would always see her lose to informed Muguruza 5-7 in the third. And finally now she's pulling it together. And finally she is winning those matches against players that she's always played very tightly. But you're absolutely right, Josh. She's a much better player than her ranking indicates.
So Qinwen Zheng, 21 years old, resides in Barcelona and likes playing on the clay. Currently ranked 15. She's a player on the up. A couple of singles titles to her name, and also surprisingly before this year hadn't really had a lot of success down under in Australia. However, the big result was a quarterfinals run at the US Open, where that sort of signaled the start of something very special for Zheng.
Absolutely, and it's a fact in a tennis player's mind that sometimes they need to unlock another level. It's like a video game where you just unlock the other level and all of a sudden you can't go back in that level anymore. And Qinwen definitely did that at the US Open, getting into the quarterfinals. And that is a big success, backing that up with another quarterfinal here. It just shows you that now she has the belief to do it consistently over and over again. Her game is very solid. She has a lot of margin on the ball, which always gives you some sort of security. Very, very dangerous player. And still young.
Well, fortunately, we have Pierre Rieber, coach of Qinwen, with us. Pierre, thanks for joining us. What would just a couple of tips you would like to see Qinwen do very well tonight?
Well, the most important thing we were talking before the match is that she enjoys today, that play her game, you know, that enjoy the atmosphere and fight from the beginning until the end.
Thank you, Pere. And just one question about the off-season. Is there anything specific that you worked on, one specific thing in the pre-season?
Well, we were working in a lot of things because still Cain is a young player. She can improve a lot with many things. We work a lot in the forehand return back, and we did everything because still, like I told you, it's really young and have a big margin for improve.
Well, thanks very much for joining us. I know it's a big night for you and a big night for China, so wishing you all the very best tonight.
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Thank you.
So the head-to-head, Aryna Kalinskaya leads 1-0. That was back in 2022 in Guadalajara, where Kalinskaya got the win in 3 sets, but a fair bit of water under the bridge since then.
There has been, and although I am a very strong believer in head-to-heads, I always think you can see that a player can put another player in uncomfortable positions. I do make a slight exemption with very young players because they learn so quickly and they develop their game so quickly. And Qinwen only 21 years old, so she has taken massive steps in the past 2 years. So I definitely think a match to be played from scratch here.
Another stunning evening here in Melbourne. Big crowd expected, just coming in, still coming in through the gates. They've relaxed the rules this year where at the end of each game they let fans in, which has been really well received, I'm sure. The winner of this one will take on Diana Yastremska, who got through a little earlier today against Linda Noskova. So it's all to play for, where Aryna Kalinskaya will serve first. The last of the women's quarterfinals.
First set, Aryna Kalinskaya to serve. Ready, play. Love 15.
Yeah, Reba there on the right, the bottom right. Coach of Qinwen Zheng. Reunited 2023. And what a start this is.
Love 30.
And right away showing her strength. She is the 7th best player on tour after first serve returns. And now I jinxed her. I'm so sorry. But that is a tremendous stat.
Patricia Tarabini, a former player from Argentina, has been with Aryna Kalinskaya over the last year or so. And Andrea, I know you got a chance to catch up with Patricia Tarabini, Kalinskaya's coach, just before the match.
I did, and it's so interesting when Paris said that the most important thing for Qinwen is to enjoy the occasion. Patricia said exactly the same. She said it's a big match for Aryna, and the most important thing for her is to enjoy the occasion. And they've worked a lot on that. You will see Aryna can get very hard on herself. She gets very down on herself, and that's been a big improvement in that department of her mental game, but generally just helped her game in all regards. Enjoying the moment a bit more, not being so hard on yourself, and moving on, letting things go, letting errors go.
I'm sure you can relate to that.
Of course, I always enjoyed myself, can't you tell?
Ooh.
That is very well done, and you can see right away Aryna Kalinskaya can hit the ball hard, but she really has a great feel for the game. She understands the game of tennis very well. She's very talented. She's a good doubles player, and you see right here what I mean with this shot. She plays it short. Look at that angle. Qinwen was in the corner, and it was no chance for her to get there, so she really tries to use the entire geometry of the court, Aryna Kalinskaya does.
Advantage, Zheng.
Well, possibly a little nervous start here for Kalinskaya. Zheng with the first break. Oh, we've got one top tenor next to me, and I've got another one courtside in Daniela Huntukova. Daniela, a warm welcome to you. Courtside, it looks like the scene is set for a great match tonight.
Josh, thank you so much. And I was just thinking about what you guys were discussing, how much you can enjoy occasion like this. And yeah, it's we always hear that enjoy yourself out there. But I was thinking how I felt before quarterfinals here, when it was the first time I really had the opportunity to make something special, because I didn't have to play either Venus or Serena, someone less seeded. And I tell you guys, I was freaking out. I did not enjoy any minute of that match until after the match point. So sometimes I think it's also good just to focus on the process and the tactical part of things. That kind of helps, I feel, to take the pressure away as well. Because, yeah, to enjoy it, yes. But at the same time, you know, this is a huge opportunity of a lifetime.
There we have it, a big strength in Qinwen's game. The first serve, the woman at this tournament who's hit the most aces, alongside of the most double faults, so risks a lot. And the first serve much stronger than that second serve. That is some nice power. And just to circle back quickly to what Daniela just said, I always told my coach I'd rather not enjoy and win than enjoy and lose. So
exactly.
So point well taken, Daniela.
It's an abbreviated serve. Do you like the service motion of Zheng?
There are parts of it that I like. There are other parts that I think are bit disjointed, and I think that is what goes off when she does get tight or nervous. You will see when you look at the toss, there is a bit of a jerk there, and so she can fall off on that. You can see it right there. Maybe if we get another camera angle later. But she generates a lot of power, and that's because she has explosive muscles, of course, but she also really reaches up high, and there we have it. Right here, she turns the wrist around and then turns it back towards to the front.
Most unusual.
It's very unusual. So the ball is almost showing towards the floor before she has to turn it around to toss it up. But this part is so beautiful.
Yep.
It's really beautiful.
The swing. Rotation of the shoulders is good. The leg drive. How much pressure would be on Qin Wen? Coming from China, so much.
30, 40.
It's a big tennis nation now. They're coming, they're getting better. Surely there'd be a fair bit of expectation.
Well, listen, Angie Kerber and me, we were the generation after Anke Huber and Steffi Graf, similar to Qin Wen, what she's trying ever since Li Na won here and won the French Open. And it's a lot of pressure because people constantly compare you to the big ones before.
Game. Kalinskaya.
One game all.
One game all.
And you could just get a sense for the solidity of the ground strokes of Anna Kalinskaya. She's so solid off the ground. She can really accelerate that backhand. Forehand too can go off a bit more than the backhand, but she has a lot of consistency in the ground strokes. And you could just see the last few rallies. She wore Qin Wen out in the end. You can't use power alone against Anna Kalinskaya. You really have to change the positions of the court. You have to hit short points in the court. You have to hit longer points, deeper points. If you hit in the same rhythm over and over again.
Thank you.
Anna is very good at that.
I must say, I'm a little surprised to see Kalinskaya ranked. Of course, you know, starting this tournament 75 in the world, a career high of 51. Just given the ball striking up, particularly the backhand. The backhand is a superb shot. So I think that the mental side of it, where she's really gained a lot of traction over the last even few weeks here, I think getting that self-belief in the biggest moments must be the key.
That is a big, apart from the mental side, that is a big improvement. Anna Kalinskaya used to loop and drive the forehand into the court more and wait for an opportunity to attack with the backhand. She's been playing much more aggressive off of that forehand wing, and it's become really hard to play her because now you don't know where to go anymore when you are in trouble.
Forty, 15.
A great response here after dropping her opening service game. Kalinskaya holds and leads 2-1 first set. Daniela, we might just check in with you courtside. Looks like both players, the pace of shot is strong. It's perfect conditions courtside for the players.
Yeah, George, absolutely perfect. A little bit chilly. It got definitely cooler than what I think we were expecting for this night session, and a little bit of breeze. It is super windy outside just when I was walking into Rod Laver, but I have to agree with you guys. Being this close to Kalinskaya, I'm thinking, how is this girl not ranked at least top 20? Because the striking of the ball, especially on the backhand side, I mean, we know she's had that for a long time now, but because you were saying the forehand up the line, that's something she's done so well, especially against Paulini in her previous match. She's starting to hit it with less spin and really go after it. And yeah, these days, it's definitely tough to decide which way to hurt her because she's so solid.
The last of the women's quarterfinals here. Aryna Kalinskaya, the lowest ranked player left in the women's draw. Well, at the moment, because Jastrzemska was a qualifier, the winner, and is awaiting the winner of this one. But Kalinskaya, 75 in the world, up against Zheng, who is our 12th seed. Takes it early. Hard to defend against that player who takes that ball early.
Yeah, and I like the idea of giving yourself a bit more time with that higher loop. You see it here. She's on a defense, gets margin in, but just drops it a bit short. And Zheng able to step in. Oh, that is absolutely beautiful. And this is what I meant earlier by using the geometry of the court. Zheng managed to get that angle and she hit it on the short point. If you look at this was the setup shot. Deep, she pushes her opponent back, and then this one right here, she puts it short into the court. And you have to use that because Anna is so good at reading the game and on moving on the same line back and forth. That shot is so much improved. It goes through the court so much quicker and flatter on hard court. If you ever had the chance to see Aryna Kalinskaya on clay, you will see a completely different stroke on that side. Much more spin and loop on it.
Just hasn't quite settled in on first serve there, just 30% for Zheng. No problems this time on serve. 2-all first set.
And we saw Qinwen take the forehand from the center of the court early on the previous point. I think that will be key for her game today. If you play an opponent that reads the game really well and likes to keep a line somewhere between 1.5 meters behind the baseline, if you go around to take the forehand, you just stop them in a key, because it's so much harder to read, and you can really generate more angles and different angles than you can on the backhand, no matter how good your shot is on that side. So I think Qinwen should look for those forehands from the center of the court as much as she possibly can.
Oh.
Lot 15.
Ball.
All.
And you can just see whenever Qinwen finds a different kind of ball, in the sense of either more spin and depth or the shorter points in the court, and gets Aryna Kalinskaya to move off of that preferable line that she likes to stay on, that's when she can extract some unforced errors or short balls that she can then attack.
That's a good play there. Really just takes that forehand so early.
14.
Yeah, Reva was with Coco Gauff last year, helping coach part of the team. It's a break for Qinwen. 3-2 first set.
And that was a perfect game, right, Daniela? How did it look from down there?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, like you said, Petko, the Chinese #1 has to look for the variety. That's where her strength is. If you hit it the same pace, same height to Kalinskaya, she's not going to miss much. But that variation with the higher balls, both on the backhand, especially on the forehand side, is one of the best forehands we have on the tour. She has to use it all night long tonight, just to throw Kalinskaya off the rhythm. I'm also looking closely at the faces and expressions on both girls, and I think they are both very tight. They want this big time. They have a very serious, focused kind of attitude. I just have a feeling at the moment it might change, but that Zheng is a little bit more confident. Kalinskaya is there, but I don't think with as much conviction as the Chinese #1 in the world. Not #1. Maybe in the world soon.
Maybe you predicted something here.
Never know. Easily could be, yeah.
King Frederick and Queen Mary in the house. Great to have them at the tennis.
They look different. They changed. Really nice rejuvenation here for royalty from Denmark.
Josh, you had me there. I was quickly looking at the members area.
I'm not sure who they're here watching, Daniela, but it's great to have them in the house. Hey, big tennis fans.
4.
That is the money shot for Aryna Kalinskaya. That backhand, she can take it cross court up the line. She can open up angles.
Still a lot of nerves. Sorry, Josh.
Yeah, I think, Daniela, do you think either of these players have taken a peek at the draw, who they play? I'm sure they would have.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I mean, there is so much on the line for these girls, and especially they are not used to being at these stages of the slam. It's a lot of tension on both sides of the court.
Yeah, I'm sure the winner plays Diana Yastremska. All three of them left in the tournament. You're thinking, here's our chance to make a Grand Slam final.
Yeah, normally the most pressure is on the highest seeds in this kind of section because everyone expects Zheng to go through here. And she's still very young. She's 21 years of age, and it can make a player like we saw with Iga Swiatek, who all of a sudden inherited the world #1 and went on a 37-match win streak. So it can really also add something to mental strength if you handle it well.
Yeah, irrespective of if you win or lose come Saturday night in the final, it's going to be life-changing for one of these three ladies, that's for sure.
Absolutely.
Cannot consolidate the break. 3 games all. Still plenty of tension and nerves here for both players.
I mean, in a way, you would almost prefer to play #1 or 2 in the world in this kind of situation, because then you can really go out there and enjoy yourself. I don't know about you, Petko, but whenever I had to play Serena in the quarters, I was like, yeah, I'm going to have time of my life. And then when you have someone that you actually know you have the chance, that's when you are not going to sleep much before the match.
Thank you. Players ready.
This is just, you can just see the tennis intelligence of Aryna Kalinskaya. Opens the court. You can see it right here. She didn't get that one quite right, but then she uses the angle here on the short one. And even a quick player like Zheng cannot get to it.
15.
It's money, this backhand. It's world-class from Kalinskaya. We've seen it all tournament. What a good win over Sloane Stephens in the third round, and that was her toughest match so far, but her backhand was irresistible in the big moments.
Yeah, it was down 3-1 in the third set, but managed to turn this around.
This is what I like to see from Kalinskaya, prepared to push forward. It's not natural for her, and she does feel a little uncomfortable at times, but I think when she does that, it's just an extra string to her game that makes her less predictable.
And we see here how she uses, like I always like to say, the entire geometry of the court to see where the points are. She's getting a meter, stealing a meter after every shot. And this is a nice turnaround for her, saving 2 break points.
Freedom in the game with Kalinskaya now. That's a good hold. 4-3 first set.
4-3 first set.
Had a lot of support, Qin Wen, in the previous couple of matches. Daniela, how support courtside, you think, for both players is a bigger support for Qin Wen?
George, I feel like it's pretty even. Obviously, there may be a little bit more of the Chinese fans sometimes screaming in between the points, but they've been so far very fair. And I just want you guys discuss the backhand of Kalinskaya, because we know it's a world-class shot, but she hits it in a little bit different way. Look at this here. She doesn't go the traditional way above the ball, but it's more like around the ball, if you know what I mean. It's a different way to hit the ball. I mean, she still gets the job done incredibly well. It's just fascinating to watch.
So we're on serve, new balls in play for both players. Lina, the champ, back in 2014, and great to have her here playing in the Legends event. Have you played against her?
I play her tomorrow, so pray for me.
I wonder if Daniela's played.
15.
Have you played her, Daniela?
She's her partner.
Oh, there you go. Even better.
I'm lucky enough to have her on my side of the
So pray double for me. Maybe go light a candle for poor Andrea.
How important do you think he's winning the first set in these matches?
I think the nerves will play a part throughout the entire match. Yes, a first set win can settle the nerves, but we've seen it in some of the matches that were played across the last few days, especially in this half. It's just there are no guarantees.
49.
And Qin Wen, she's just at 42% on her first serve, and she usually doesn't get a lot of first serves in. She's around 49% on average, but it's so powerful. And so she makes up for it because she wins so many points when she does get it in. But 42 is just a tad on the lower side for her tonight.
It's a love service game. You see Qin Wen, she'll change her racket after serving with the new balls. Most players will change their racket when the new balls are in play, so only a few players will do this after the one game with the new balls. It's not necessarily a new racket, it's just a fresh restring.
Love.
She really has the perfect build for a tennis player. Explosive muscles, but she's nimble, she's agile.
Love. 40 love.
Really nice serve. Both women doing damage whenever they get that angle, right? When they get that short point in the court with a bit of the ball moving out. And that is the play I think Qin Wen should look for as much as she can today. Use that forehand.
Kalinskaya moves ahead, just one game away. 5-4 first set.
Well, and Patricia, before the match, when I talked to her, said one of the keys today will be to get a lot of returns in through the center of the court, because Zheng serves so well, especially on that first serve. And we could see in the previous game, Aryna Kalinskaya just not able to make any of these returns.
I also love the reaction after Kalinskaya winning that last service game. She doesn't really get too emotionally overloaded by the fact that she's so close winning this first set, given how much there is on the line. She's done that so well against Paulini as well, just really keeping things under control, and she's so calm. And I just felt like the last game that Zheng was starting to push the ball a little bit too much, just because of how Kalinskaya has been so solid. So she has to be careful here, not overdo it.
Sun setting here, just past 8 o'clock here in Melbourne. Shot back out over Port Phillip Bay. Plenty at stake here. A spot in the semi-finals. Fair chunk of prize money up for grabs. $1 million on the line if you make it through to the semi-finals.
Oh.
Love. 15 all.
Normally this backhand, that goes hard cross-court. This time just held it that little extra split second until Zheng is committed back to the middle of the court, recovering. And that's how good this backhand is. It's lethal.
Classic 1-2 shot. Big first serve, moving around, looking for the forehand. And that combination has worked for Zheng over and over and over again this match.
Virtual.
Brave under pressure from Chen Wen.
40-32.
And she has to do it because Anna really holds her line well. It's hard to hit through her. But this is some courageous play here at that stage of the first set.
Yeah, you lose that, you're down set point.
Yep.
Way to take it on.
5-all.
And Zheng holds 5-all. And interesting talking to Per Rieber prior to this match, and I think he feels there's a lot of upside still in her game.
Yeah, it sounded like he still hasn't even started to work on the things he wanted. He was excited, and that's always a good sign when you have somebody already this successful and this young. And she seems to be, and this is the most important thing, she seems to be curious and hungry for the game. You can see the way she competes, that she takes on the competition, that she likes to be out there, that she tries new things. You see the drop shot, you see the angles. And those are always great news for a coach.
That's right. A player coach doesn't always necessarily guarantee success. If you sign a big name or a coach who has had success, it's case by case, but you can sense he's very genuine and very excited about the future.
15-all.
Back end of this first set. This is where you need a lot of commitment to your shots and self-belief.
This is a beautiful shot. However, I will be a pain in the butt and say I love the shot before. She was in a defensive position, and look what she did here. On the full run, gets it up high, gets in some depth, and then she can do this. A beauty of a backhand down the line, but the forehand before set it up.
30-all.
This white serve on the deuce side has been working really well for Aryna Kalinskaya today. She keeps going for that one.
And again, just a big swing on that forehand. So another hold of serve for Kalinskaya. 6-5 first set.
And I'm interested to what Dani what her thoughts are on this. But when you play somebody with a spinny forehand, with a good forehand that has some heaviness on it, I actually would try to go into this spot.
Yeah.
I would like to take my forehand. I'm talking about a Kuznetsova, people who trained in Spain a lot. I would try to take my backhand down the line because they are always hovering in the backhand side, waiting for forehands from the backhand side and from the center of the court. That's when their forehand is the best. You can sometimes get them with a backhand down the line or a quick with a hit with a good depth forehand cross court into their forehand when they have to run to it.
Yes, 100% spot on, but with these kind of big forehand players, you don't want to let them play from the backhand side. That's where it's really nasty and dangerous. So if you go either with your backhand up the line, also return inside out with the backhand to forehand off these big hitters. I think it's a great play as well. And also going cross court to cross court, you're not going to be troubled as much as when you let them play from the backhand side. So you always want to keep them guessing, and a couple of backhand down the lines will do.
That's
How important is it to play to your patterns? You see the good players in these big moments, and your opponent probably knows your patterns as well, but I think if you can just play to the percentages and know that what you do well, play to your strengths. That must have looked pretty impressive courtside, Daniela, that backhand line. It's a thing of beauty.
Oh, Josh, as soon as she makes that shoulder turn right here, she prepares so early, and it's just a beauty to watch. You can't hit it any better. Textbooks. Look at that shoulder turn. And the way she leans forward.
Gives herself so much space as well to really rotate through it. Not convinced this is the way forward with this serve. I just think there's a lot of side spin. I would like to see it a bit more full extension where she can almost get a bit more margin, a bit more kick eventually. I think under pressure she does have a tendency to hit a few double faults.
She does, and this is the other side of her serve. When she does make her first serve, she has hit, we mentioned it in the beginning of the match, she has hit the most aces over the course of the tournament, but she has also hit the most double faults over the course of the tournament. So a lot of light, a lot of shadow, both at the same time.
That's perfect serving to finish the game out 6-all. I'm impressed emotionally, and you know, the body language. We haven't seen any sign of negativity from both players. Such a big occasion, they've handled it beautifully.
And this time she knew it was coming, the wide serve, right? When she was ready for it.
Yeah, I was just going to say that because she was moving before.
Yeah.
And I even hit the serve. Well done there.
Is this where we favoured the higher ranked player, given the difference in the experience?
Well, the reason I would favor her right now is because she's just edged over the 50% mark of her first serve, and I really think that this is such a key component in her game. If she can remain at that number, I would favor her slightly in a tiebreak.
Also, there is a slight breeze going from the side of Zheng, so she has to be careful here and has to try to use that spin on the forehand just as much as she can if she's going that big.
We talked about that forehand, the beginning stages of the match. She improved it a lot, but under huge amounts of pressure, it can still sometimes go a bit wayward.
But again, there was a disappointing miss for the Chinese player, but no reactions. Fantastic attitude on both ends. I'm loving this.
Talk about playing to your strengths right here. Kalinskaya just hammering the ball. This shot has improved so much. I think the power, she's starting to really believe it can be a weapon.
I think so too, and you could see where she ended, not above the shoulder, but slightly under the shoulder, and I think that has given her a bit more flatness on the shot. to be able to put it away. If you look at older footage of Aryna Kalinskaya, she would always end up above the shoulder, which gives you great spin, but it's harder to put it away if you're not as strong and powerful as some other players are. And this is what I always love to see when players improve and work on their game and just take these steps and measures to become better.
Zheng. 4-0.
First time she finds herself in front here, Kalinskaya. Does she have the courage to continue to be aggressive? Couple of set points for Aryna Kalinskaya here. Finishes it in style. Aryna Kalinskaya, what a set of tennis. One set away from semi-finals place here. Yeah, it's got to feel pretty good sitting down with the first set in your pocket.
And what a few last points she's played. Wow, from the great serving, from the smart play, the flat hard shot into Qin Wen's forehand, to just being able to hold that long rally. And here we have the numbers. 82% first serves. That is a great number. And just Qin Wen, before we went into the tiebreak, was at 53% of first serves, and you can see how that number dropped over the course of the tiebreak. She's still great in winning points after the first serve comes in, but 49%.
Not enough.
Not enough when you play Aryna Kalinskaya, who is in a form like she is today. She's playing well. She doesn't seem to be affected by nerves at all.
Yeah, I'm so pleased to see her embrace this opportunity and play with the sense of freedom and self-belief in the biggest moments. It's great. Even a couple of weeks ago in Adelaide, she was not that type of player, and wow, it's been a great improvement and such an opportunity now to go on with it. So it's a dream start here on what is a perfect summer's evening inside Rod Laver Arena. It is the last of the women's quarterfinals. Coco Gauff will take on Aryna Sabalenka. And Diana Yastremska, the qualifier, has just run through the draw and is awaiting the winner of this one.
Seats quickly, please.
Now let's play. Petko, if you were
Second set.
Qinwen's coach, what would your message be?
I think two things. I think the serve, I think the first percentage needs to go up. And I do think what I think is that she's feeling her backhand better today than she's feeling her forehand. We could see that more of the unforced errors were coming off the forehand side. However, I would still urge her to try and look for those forehands from the center of the court.
Let's.
And that backhand was much better. I think there were certain rallies in the tiebreak and in the set where she's trying to hit through the court, and because Anna Kalinskaya holds her line about a meter behind the baseline so well, that's really hard. It gives her a lot of trouble. She has to hit a lot of balls. I think whenever she tried to find an angle and found it, like the backhand before, that's when it gave her openings to hit a winner. And
delicate.
And this is the perfect example where we're talking about whatever she can do to set her opponent off of that line that she likes so much. And the drop shot, of course, is also an alternative.
Perfect start. I love service game. Just what you want. And that's a nice rebound. One love.
And Josh, we've been talking about that forehand, and look at these numbers. In the previous rounds, she's been playing 65% of shots with her forehand. Today, only 47. And yes, that's partly because Anna Kalinskaya is playing a great match. But I think also that she's just not feeling her forehand as well. And that is also because Anna Kalinskaya has that backhand down the line, right? That is so flat, and she doesn't feel comfortable getting underneath it with her extreme grip. But I do think that if she wants to turn this match around, she needs to be looking for those forehands from the center of the court again. Create more angles, get that spin, get it out of Anna's strike zone. But all this has to be said in the context of Anna Kalinskaya playing a fantastic match so far.
Well, even Win Predictor is liking what it's seeing from Anna Kalinskaya and has moved her into favoritism.
Love 15. Love 30.
Well, it's a great response, isn't it? After you drop the set, in a match of this magnitude, she's come out in this second set firing. That serve to the forehand, and it is a very big swing, isn't it, on return for Qin Wen.
Yeah, she really doesn't like this one.
It can be shortened or abbreviated, and I'm sure that's something that they will work on.
When in doubt, go back to the most basic patterns: open court, close court, meaning serve wide and into the open corner.
There it is, the return serve on the forehand, just 60% made compared to the backhand. So, Pekko, to your point, that serve from Kalinskaya out to the forehand for Zheng is working well tonight.
I was almost shocked to see her miss that backhand. That's how well she's played that shot tonight. I don't think she's made any. Let's see. So Aryna Kalinskaya has had only 4 unforced errors on the backhand side this entire match.
It's been a disciplined performance, hasn't it?
Wow. And they have been playing over an hour already. And only 4 unforced errors on that side. Just comes to tell you how strong she is in the backhand department.
Gets it again. That's just so crafty. So well read. What are you seeing, Daniela?
I just want to add to that low account of unforced errors for Kalinskaya off the backhand side. Let's not forget also what a quick pace they are playing at. I mean, it feels like a video game sitting courtside.
Yes.
And to be able to control the ball the way she does, it's just remarkable. And I agree with you guys. We are getting used to the fact that she just does not miss off the backhand side.
All right, 1 game all.
Finland.
It's such a simple shot, the backhand. Technically, there's no extra movements in there. She just pulls the back and releases through the shot pretty much to the target where she wants to hit it. The simplicity of it is just beautiful.
I almost wonder whether plan B for Qin Wen should be just to go over the forehand and see what happens. Try and break it down.
I would hit every ball there. Oh, that would be a start, just to see.
Just to see what happens, exactly.
And I mean every ball. Not easy to break a side down, but it's also, you know, these players are so good, but deep inside, Kalinskaya knows that her forehand is not as good. But if you're the opponent and you just throw every single ball at her, that just plants that seed of doubt, doesn't it?
Well, we saw it the other day with Marta Kostyuk and Coco Gauff. Coco Gauff has improved her forehand tremendously over the course of the last 4 months, but Kostyuk was just relentless and battering it down that side. And she did manage to break it down in some regards. Coco managed to come back from that, but there was a period of time.
Uncomfortable, yeah.
And it's always the same when she gets the first serve in and gets to play forehand. It doesn't even have to be the first serve, but when she serves in a way that she gets to play forehand from the center of the court, Qin Wen, she wins most of the points.
Holds on and is in the lead. 2-1 second set. First set, Kalinskaya. Starting to cool off courtside, Daniela, for the players. And how's it going?
Josh, I was just thinking that it's starting to cool down big time. I'm actually having to have a towel around my shoulders, so that would be interesting how that will affect both players.
Is it slow? Is the court slowing in your opinion?
I think so. Yeah, it does. And I'm just thinking, who is that going to favor? I think it might not be bad for Zheng because she will have more time to run around the forehand. Also, maybe it might be a little bit more humid.
Yeah, as the sun goes down and these sessions go deeper into the night, it definitely slows down a little bit. So we are locked in a battle here.
Time.
Been another great day here at Melbourne Park. Record crowds nearly every single session here at the Australian Open. The weather's been perfect, and we are treated to another wonderful night session here. The last of the women's quarterfinals. And a Kalinskaya, 25 years of age, been around quite some years and yet to win a match at the Australian Open until this year. And she is just ripping through the draw and has taken the first set. She's winning a lot of these backhand to backhand rallies, Kalinskaya. That would be something that she'd be absolutely loving at the moment. Doesn't have to change that.
Yeah, she's just forcing it a bit right now, it feels like.
I agree. Almost trying to take it too early, trying to do too much. Just lost a little bit of shape of shot.
Thanks.
Beautiful.
Third.
Found the opening, found the space there. But use the shape again. We see it here. It just jumps off and then she gets the shorter ball that she can put away into the open space.
Third. Let's.
I was a bit worried when she attacked and approached over the backhand side.
Yes.
It was one of the few times tonight Kalinskaya hasn't executed on the backhand. This lob just was there for the taking.
This defensive shot from the forehand side of Zheng was so good. Yeah. Or she could have done more probably.
on loving this shot. Just playing it almost off a hip. It's a great shot. It's off forehand. Cool as a cucumber tonight. Kalinskaya, no fuss about what she's doing. She's just
2 games all.
solid as a rock. 2 games all.
Maybe one thing Zheng should try to do here is not really think about whether she's hitting it to the forehand or backhand side, but try to focus on the depth of her shots. Because if you hit the ball deep, what can your opponent do? Yes, they will be solid, but at least they will not dictate the rallies.
Move along swiftly.
Kalinskaya will
Thank
not
you.
have the opportunity to step into the court, because that's where
Players are
she's
ready.
been so impressive tonight.
Fifteen love. Let's. First. Thirty love. Forty love. Forty, 15.
Right idea, and he clips the top of the tape.
And smart to play it at 40 love, and you have a bit of a cushion.
It's just these loose, unforced errors where
30.
she's not able to create any sustained pressure game after game. She's just sort of making just a few too many unforced errors.
Yeah. It just seems to me like she doesn't quite know what brings her points.
What's working, yeah.
Yes, it seems more to me like she's just playing the next shot, but she hasn't quite figured out what tactic has actually brought her points and what has been working. Whereas you feel with Aryna Kalinskaya, when it's an important point, she knows exactly what to do to put Qin Wen in uncomfortable positions. And I feel like Qin Wen hasn't quite figured that out yet.
Advantage Zheng.
So an important hold here for Zheng, just to keep in front. 3-2 second set. First set, Kalinskaya. Our geniuses at Hawkeye have given us a stat pick, so
I love geniuses at Hawkeye.
We've got them. So when there is 2 or more backhands hit from Kalinskaya in a rally, she has won 12 of 17 points. So
stop it.
Yep. So every time, basically, the backhand, the more backhands she's hitting Kalinskaya,
the better it is for her.
And that's why, as you're alluding to, Qin Wen has to direct more traffic to the forehand side. Cannot keep Kalinskaya playing to her strengths. What a stat from Hawkeye.
That is incredible work. My suspicion is they are secretly secret service. They just help us out in their free time.
Time.
Around the grounds, it's a stunning evening and plenty of support for Qin Wen here. Well, it's been such a composed performance already from Aryna Kalinskaya, not just tonight, but all tournament long. Just a sense of belonging and real self-belief is being shown here tonight.
love. Love. 14 love.
That's a quick service game, just what you want. I love service game. 3-all, second set.
I also feel like there is much less to break down under pressure for Kalinskaya with that pure, simple, compact technique. Where for Zheng, especially on the forehand side, will be interested how she now deals with the pressure. And if I'm Kalinskaya, I think I will try to target that side just a little bit more, because the chances something can break there are a little bit higher, I feel.
Great preparation, Kalinskaya, when she defends on that backhand. She almost glides into that corner, and the preparation is so perfect early. I like it.
Surprising miss there.
I'm not sure if Qin Wen's playing these out of desperation or out of tactics.
Yeah, I still think she hasn't quite worked out what wins her points and what doesn't. I feel like what I like to see is that she's trying different things and different strategies, because she can feel that she's not getting through. But I'm not sure she has quite figured out what it is that does work for her. And it has to be said, there is much more pressure on Qin Wen than there is on Aryna Kalinskaya. Aryna Kalinskaya, 75th ranked player in the world. Nobody expects her to go far here. She's already on bonus streak.
Never won a match here at the Australian Open in 5 years.
Exactly, she's never won a match here.
40-15.
And meanwhile, there have been so many expectations for Qin Wen for years already, because she is so talented. And she knows there is a huge opportunity for her in this top half.
Let's listen. Game,
Yeah, staying tough here is Qin Wen.
only 4 games to 3.
4-3. Second set, first set, Kalinskaya.
And I think we sometimes think that Zheng has so much experience because she's been around for so long already. But if you think about it, her first quarterfinals at the Grand Slam tournament came just 3-4 months ago at the US Open last year, where she played a good match against Aryna Sabalenka. But that was her first time getting into these latter stages of Grand Slams, let alone thinking about maybe winning one or getting to the final.
It's definitely a different feel. There's very few players around the site. The locker room's empty, the gym's empty. It's a long time to stay in one place as well as you enter the second week, and it's not what you're used to doing. Most tournaments you play are only a week long, so there's a lot of things you need to make adjustments, and it's all part of the learning curve. Massive crowds here on Rod Laver Arena. Air of anticipation.
love. All.
Foul.
This is a sweet return, hard and fast through the middle.
Yeah, and the one before, she also extracted the unforced error with a fast-paced shot through the center of the court, directed at the forehand of Aryna Kalinskaya. So maybe that is a tactic she could also try. Because the backhand to backhand is not working today. And if she doesn't want to go into the forehand side, she can try the center sort of body forehand.
Yeah, can't get at much angle from that part of the court. Well, there's a chance.
40.
Just a little bit of extra shape on this return creates a bit of havoc. And sets an opportunity here for Qin Wen. Break point.
Thank you.
Gets it. That's important. Qin Wen with a break deep in the second set.
Games 2-3, second set.
Moves ahead 5-3. Well, is that the confidence booster and just shift in momentum that Qin Wen's been looking for?
We have it again, that massive back flow through, nice shoulder turn that Danny mentioned before. Both players with a really good backhand.
And Josh, you were asking about the crowd and the supporting more. Well, definitely big shift now. They want this match to go the distance.
Can you imagine how many people are watching this back in China? Prime time.
$15.
Oh, yes. She does show courage under pressure. Because that is a very hard shot to pull off right here. On the baseline. Big moment, but pulls it off.
So quickly this match has turned. We're a couple set points here for Qin Wen. Chance to level it at 1 set all. Finishes it in style. What a comeback from Qin Wen.
6-3.
Well, up to a set all, and it's a 1 set sprint for the semi-finals. I'm so impressed with both players' attitudes, of course, and mentality. But Qin Wen, no sign of panic, just kept going and hung in.
Yeah, what a great competitor. Exactly as you said, stayed calm and composed, just went about her business. And now both players will go to change attire. Aryna Kalinskaya, the first time on Rod Laver Arena. Ever, but definitely this. I'm not sure if ever, but definitely this.
Yeah. Played
this week.
Played a bit. I called her match out at Kia Arena against Sloane Stephens. It was a cracking match.
Well, and here we have the numbers, and the first serve percentage of Qin Wen has dramatically risen to 61%, and I really think that makes all the difference, because you can see why in the winner department all of the sudden Zheng has really raced away. Only 5 winners on Kalinskaya's side and 15 on Qin Wen's. That number has been much closer after the first set. They were almost equal in winners.
No, I know you've been banging on a lot about that first serve percentage, but you're right. Just that extra 10% increase in first serves made makes life so much easier. Such an important stat. So some of the highlights of set 2, it was tight all the way through to 3-all, and Kalinskaya had a little bit of a mini opportunity in that game, but really from that moment on, Qin Wen has changed gears and has taken it pretty comfortably in the end, that second set, and that 1-set-all here on Rod Laver Arena.
And I just wonder whether it's hard for us to see. Maybe Danny can chime in on that. I wonder whether Kalinskaya maybe has taken out a bit, because the winners, the number of the winners has dropped so much compared to the first set, only at 5 winners in the second set. Danny, did you notice a change in pace or depth?
Yeah, absolutely, Petko, and also a big change in the temperature, and I think that's where yeah, Kalinskaya will now struggle, I think, a little bit to hit through the court. I think that's where maybe also the physicality of Zheng and just being a little bit taller will help. She also now has more time, as we were discussing, to run around and start dictating with her forehand from the backhand side. So Kalinskaya definitely needs to stay away from that, and she will need to use that backhand up the line herself.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think what I'll be fascinated with is which player can come out and what changes they will make. Cannot afford to wait deep into this third set. It needs to be instant here for Kalinskaya. That's a shot inside underneath Rod Laver Arena, where you've got players and officials just waiting for the players to come out of the locker room. They're not allowed to talk to their coach or other players inside the locker room. It's a special designated area that they go to change, and it's not the regular players' locker room. It's just a little one off the side there, isn't it, Petko?
Yeah, if it's a really hot day, it's air conditioned, so you get the 10 minutes. We haven't had many of those. We had a few of those hot days, but you can cool off there for 10 minutes before you come back out to play a third set. But this is such a great point Danny made about the conditions. They will favor Qin Wen now because she is the more powerful player. She has these explosive muscles that can just generate pace out of nowhere. Aryna Kalinskaya, however, she is reliant on a bit of help from the balls and the conditions. She has great timing and beautiful technique, this young woman here.
And as the match goes longer, it's past 9 o'clock at night. Do you think she would have a couple of rackets strung just a fraction looser? Do you think that sort of would be in her preparation or in her bag of tricks?
That would be great if she had that, and I'm sure Patricia maybe said something about that, but we have to keep in mind Aryna Kalinskaya is not that experienced in these stages of Grand Slams. This is the first time she's passed a second round of a Grand Slam tournament, let alone get into the second week and maybe even have a chance, have had a chance to get into the semis and final. So this is all new ground for Aryna Kalinskaya, and almost new ground for Qin Wen Zheng. So we really have two inexperienced players who have been behaving so well, competing so well, great composure, fantastic competitors.
Let's also give it up for the coaches. I mean, we've seen so much drama between the players and their boxes throughout this tournament, but it's been such a relaxed match to watch. How their coaches react after the points. I mean, there is so much on the line for them as well, and I'm just loving this atmosphere on the court. Both girls are super calm, wonderful attitudes, no complaints. They just focus on what they have to do. It's honestly a pleasure to watch.
I think respect springs to mind when you think about how this match is played and interacting with their coaches. It's what the sport needs. It's great to see.
100%.
Yeah, we just saw them next to each other, Patricia on the left and Riva on the right. Do you think they will have a chat in Spanish afterwards?
I think so.
I think so too, actually. I do think so too.
Both former players, both know what it's like to play at the highest level. So much at stake. Semi-finals on the line. A one-set shootout.
Kalinskaya to serve. Love 15.
Got to get the question in early. Who do you think wins from here?
You ask questions, Josh.
I'll give you a few points to think about it and tell me. I'd like why you think they're going to win.
$13, 15.
Beautiful athleticism here. Guest right.
30 all.
I think I will go with Chin Wen just because of the description from Daniela about the conditions. I think they favor her more. Here.
40-30.
Look at the court coverage, the shape of shot, the distance both players are running. Just quality. That's impressive. Just we'll go down courtside to Daniela. Daniela, who's your tip and why?
Well, I did lean towards Zheng before the match, so I can't back up here, Josh. And after that last backhand, I have to feel a little bit more uncomfortable.
We love a woman with principles.
Yeah. Much encouragement from Kalinskaya, just urging herself on, so sensing the occasion, the importance of this first game.
Good. Advantage, Kalinskaya.
So a good hold here for Kalinskaya. 1-love.
Yeah, very good hold. And we have a nice little stat here to just underline why the tides have turned in that second set. Look at this. Set 1, only 15% shots taken inside the baseline for Zheng Qinwen. In the second set, 30%. And Josh, I think that's an area she can improve in the future, and then it will be very hard to beat her. She takes only 35% of shots on the rise. The average on the WTA Tour is at 48%. So there is room for her to spin on the forehand side. So she needs to let it drop on that side sometimes. But I do think she can push the number a bit. And then she doesn't have to go for so much because she takes time away by moving into the shot. And doesn't have to go for too much, and I think it will lower her unforced errors.
Lots of upside you're seeing.
A lot of upside.
I love it when you've got your coach's cap on. I love it.
I wish I had it on a little bit earlier while I was still playing.
Just sensing here that Qinwen is just feeling more confident, particularly on this forehand side now. Was a little rushed early in the match. Look at that. Wow. Look at that wide base on the forehand. Fires the right hip through it. That's awesome.
And there was that backhand through the center of the court. It just feels like she's getting caught up a bit less in the backhand to backhand exchanges. We saw that much more in the first set. And that really gave Aryna Kalinskaya the opportunity to dictate play. And it just seems like Qinwen has found a way to free herself from those backhands to backhands.
14-love.
Moving through her service games pretty comfortably at the moment, Zheng.
Thank you. As quickly as you can, please.
love 15.
Yeah, this is the first time in this match where we see a slight drop of level on Kalinskaya's side and a big increase of level on Zheng's side here. It feels like she's pulling away a bit. And Aryna Kalinskaya needs to come up with something special here to turn it around.
Just pressing a little too much here. Real run of points. That's 7 consecutive points here for Qinwen. So got a bit of momentum. Yeah. So impressive. Qinwen with a break, 2-1, final set.
2 games to 1, final set.
Well, what I love about this performance, Petko, is that early in the match, Qinwen wasn't at her best, and I just love that she didn't panic. We've seen it. We've seen it here this tournament where players press the panic button when things are not comfortable. But this young lady has shown so much maturity. She's 21 years of age and just really worked through it beautifully.
Absolutely, and the emphasis is on young. Exactly, she's 21 years old, and she had all of the rights to panic today. The opponent, who's ranked 75 in the world, is playing fantastic, much better than her ranking indicates. The entire tennis world is expecting you to make the final. You're not playing your best, you're not feeling your forehand, and yet here we are. She has the break in the third set, and she never faltered.
Time.
A little bit more concern on the face of Patricia Tarabini there, coach of Aryna Kalinskaya. Just down a break now in this third set, 2-1. Been a bit of shift in momentum.
And also why I started to lean towards Zheng already before the match is because of her personality, because I believe big tournaments you win not only for as good player as you are, but how you carry yourself around the tournament. And Zheng definitely has that it factor. It just feels like she's destined to do great things.
You got the X factor, that's for sure. Bit like yourself, Danny.
Let's see tomorrow against Petko.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see. Yeah, this is getting dangerous. That is 12 points in a row here. 3-1 lead. I wouldn't be changing my racket if I've just won 12 points in a row. Rotating through rackets whenever there's a fresh change of balls. She does it the game afterwards.
Thank you. Players are ready.
Nice little stat right there. Zheng Qinwen wins 82% of sets after she breaks early. The top 100 average is 70%, so a lot higher than the average on the WTA Tour.
15 left.
Which is very reminiscent of the big stars of the game who are front runners. What do we mean by that? When they get the early lead, they play better. They swing freer at the ball. So she seems to be seamlessly aligning with the big stars of our game.
15 left.
Wow from both players, really. The athleticism on Zheng's side, but also, again, the court awareness of Anna Kalinskaya. Just the strain of the last matches seems to have caught up with her here. She just looks a bit tired, a bit imprecise with her footwork on that last shot.
Lead of the match so far. A double break for Qinwen. 4-1 final set.
And I think the trainer has been called on court. Dani, did you hear anything?
Yeah. He's calling right now. She has been touching her right quad for bits and pieces during the match. I think it's more frustration now for Anna, trying to stop the momentum of Zheng.
But it is it's a different workload, isn't it? When you never won a match at Grand Slam, it's not just the tennis component of it, it's everything else that goes along with it. You've got to deal with the world's media. You know, there's a lot more people around in the play lounge. All that sort of stuff where you have to manage well, don't you?
Yeah, and I think also the we talked about managing energies and emotions before, and I think just the think just the fact that a Grand Slam is played over a fortnight, over 2 weeks. As tennis players, you are used to mostly having to pull yourself together for a week and then at least taking a day off, right? A Grand Slam is a different animal. You have to stay in focus, but also manage to relax. And that's not an easy balance to find. If you relax too much, you lose focus. If you stay in it too much, you won't be able to keep it up for 2 weeks. And this is really an art of its own, to manage energies and emotions over the course of a Grand Slam.
Yeah, it is so true, Petko, what you say, that if you focus too much, you almost get too tired before you play the matches.
Yes.
And then you don't want to relax too much because you don't want to break your rhythm. And it takes so much mental energy to stay for 14, 15 days in the same place. And
it's longer than that because you normally get there close to a week before to actually prepare and train. So it's almost a 3-week journey.
Yeah.
Well, and I think what can't be discounted are the 3-4 days right before the first round of a Grand Slam. They are probably, for me at least personally, they were always the highest stress moments.
Oh, yeah.
When you don't know where you stand, you don't know how well you are in form. Yes, you play those practice sets, you put too much meaning to it. And then when you win the first round, things seem to relax a little bit. But those 3-4 days before are just as high stress as when the tournament starts.
Yeah, normally you don't want to be around the players, especially right before the Grand Slam.
Exactly.
Especially around the seeded players, because all the pressure is on them. I would say then once you enter the second week, good times coming. And then towards the end, you start to struggle that how long you've been already in the same place. Everyone is gone to the next tournament. You feel lonely in the locker room.
Yeah, you've got to shower in the same shower that you've showered in everyone. You can't change anything that's winning. You got to
same restaurants.
Same restaurants. You know, got to get the same guy to string your rackets. You've got to get the same balls off the same guy that gave it to you first round.
Yep. Same warm-up court.
Oh yeah, can't change that. No way you'll win if you change that court. Yeah, tennis players, one of a kind.
Yeah.
So let's just hope this is not serious here for Aryna Kalinskaya, just receiving a medical timeout here, and I think as both of you are alluding to, just possibly just finally catching up with the 25-year-old.
She's played both preparatory tournaments before. She's played in Brisbane and in Adelaide. She's won matches in both of these tournaments.
Played doubles here as well.
She's played doubles, so she's played a lot of tennis for the 2024 season. Now listen, I've had seasons where I was in April and I haven't played that many matches as Aryna Kalinskaya has a year in Australia.
Well, the good news is, even if she is to bow out at this quarterfinal stage, her ranking will at least move up to 38, and that's a big jump, 75 to 38. That then means that you can really build a great schedule. You can additionally get a bit of protection with being seeded at events. So this is a life-changing couple of weeks here for Kalinskaya, even if she is to go down today.
And the first tournament I can remember her having to defend points is Charleston, where she's made the quarterfinals, which was a great run as well. There were, out of 8 people in the quarters, 7 were the first 7 seeds, and Aryna Kalinskaya. So maybe back then there was always a bit of a sign of what's to come for Aryna. And as we all said, but Josh, you particularly, she's played much, much better than what her ranking indicates.
Good tournament, Charleston. They have a good steakhouse.
Really good.
Remember that?
Hall's Chop House
That's it.
represent.
Yep. Maybe one of the best tournaments for as far as restaurants go.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is what you, sorry Danny, this is what on TV what you call filling the time.
Well, talking about filling the time, I was just going to say that Zheng doing the right thing here, just keeping herself moving, because this is not easy times for her. Away from her most important win in her career, and she got all the momentum to her side, working so hard for it for 2 hours, and now she has to kind of wait around. It's super chilly, so it's important for her to keep going so that she doesn't pull. anything. And yeah, this is tough times. I would not want to be in her shoes, because she just wants to get this done.
Yeah, a lot to think about, isn't it, when you're out here and you've been in great form, you've just played really well the last half an hour, and then all of a sudden you're just having to wait.
Yeah. But again, no a medical timeout before my serve. How is this possible? There is none of the complaining. Why is this happening? Why is everything against me? There's just,
no
this is
theatrics.
what's happening. Okay, I have to deal with it. Let's try and continue playing well.
And I think that's why she's in this situation, that she has not wasted 1 second in this match complaining about something, looking at her box, thinking, what do I have to do here? She's been so solid and so mature as well.
Yeah.
Okay, 4-1. It's a double break, though.
Oh.
Love 15.
And Pereriba, who played himself, of course, knows exactly what Dani talked about now. That she can't lose her momentum now after this break, so up on his feet he goes.
He would know he's got something really special, a real special player in his team. He'd be super excited about the future. There's no doubt about it.
And as a coach, I would be happier with a performance like that than an absolute blowout where everything is just going your way.
Let's
A few seagulls looking for some chips. A few low-lying hot chips around the stadium.
14-15.
What a response after, you know, a delay of 7 or 8 minutes to come out and play this game, and it's confidence.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what it is, Josh. Confidence. I think the reason why she hasn't panicked today is because she has an innate trust, or seems to have an innate trust in herself and in her abilities, and she just trusts herself to find a way out of this.
Use. Advantage. Zheng.
Just one game more now.
Zheng.
5-1 lead.
Zheng leads 5 games to 1.
Look at that difference in forehand heaviness. Top 100 average. More in line with Kalinskaya, but Zheng is certainly lighting it up on the forehand side in this second and third set.
$15. Just sit down, please. Thank you.
Certainly finishing in a flourish, and it's one-way traffic at the moment. Just beautiful ball striking.
Let's second.
And she has shown us tonight, Zheng, why she's got that personality of a champion. The way she has been able to handle everything and be in this situation, just remarkable.
Sergio.
Ball.
It's happening pretty quickly in this third set, and we are at match point. The Chinese superstar does it again.
6-7.
And is into the semi-finals here of the Australian Open.
Brilliant performance, to the delight of these Chinese fans who have rightfully waited for maybe an heir to Li Na. This was, and Dani said it, a champion's performance, not because everything went well, but because she found a way when things were not going well, remained calm, and found her best tennis in the end. And Aryna Sabalenka, take a bow, what a tournament she's played.
We'll see a lot more in the years to come, and yeah, it's been a great Australian summer, there's no doubt about it. She's a player on the up, already at 38 in the world, and we suspect she'll go a fair bit higher in the months to come. Just ran out of gas a little.
Yes, absolutely.
All right.
Zheng
Courtside. Yeah.
Congratulations. You were down a set and 3-2. You won 10 out of the next 11 games against Anna, who was playing unbelievable tennis. How did you manage to do that?
Well, yeah, she played really good today, especially I think he got really good baseline stroke. And yeah, in the first set we have a big competition and the match was really tough for me. And I just tell myself, stay focused, don't think anymore about the first set. I'm so happy right now, like really excited. And it's the first time for me. I'm really happy to be in the semifinals, especially with such a good performance like this.
Now, the man himself, Rod Laver, he's here. He watched your match in the first row. The man himself is here in his house, Rod Laver Arena. Can you tell me how special it is to play in front of him here? Did you notice that he was watching?
Of course, I know the guy, but I don't know you are watching. I only focus on that green ball and the opponent. I can't watch anything around when I'm in court, but I'm really happy that such a legend come here and to watch we play. Thanks for that, and I want to say thanks for all the fans who are supporting me here tonight. And thanks to my team, helped me to be here in the semifinals.
One last question, because I'll let you go get ready for the semifinals. So this is your first Grand Slam semifinal, but with this win, and I don't know if you know this, but you are now top 10 in the world when the rankings come out. That sounds pretty good, doesn't it? You must be very proud of yourself.
Thanks for letting me know that.
But you didn't know?
No, nobody tell me anything. And
maybe that's better.
Yes, that's a good news for me. Another motivations, and especially I say last year when I was in the Australia Open, I want to be top 10, and 1 year later I'm here. That was an amazing moment, guys. Yeah.
Congratulations. We love to watch you play. We can't wait for the semi-final. Good luck. Ladies and gentlemen, Zheng Qinwen.
Just so much to like about this young lady, just 21 years of age. She is a superstar. Imagine the hysteria back in China with a win like that through to the semi-finals, and just carries herself with great presence and poise.
Poise, yeah, poise is the right word. And I just love the insight into her brain here, how she manages to stay in the moment and how she manages to stay present. And that is a big, big strength to have as a tennis player.
Thank you, everyone. Well, that's great respect as well. She's certainly here to stay, there's no doubt about it. And really, it's fair to say she probably goes in as favourite against Yastremska.
I would say so. I think Diana played incredible. She plays so fast. I think the two will really match each other for power. But I do think after today's performance, with how she managed to get through that match, she should be very confident going into the semi-final.
I just loved how she spoke about didn't get ahead of herself, didn't panic when she lost that first set, just tried to keep the head down, keep the focus and remain positive. It says so much about the player that she is. Early on There was a few too many unforced errors, and I think the serve was a big one for both of us, Petko. Just the first serve percentage was really in the 40s, and that's too low.
Absolutely, yeah. We saw it ended up being around 56. I think she can still better. However, we talked about it. Her average first percentage serve is around 50, so this is better than she usually performs. And the first serve percentage one is always so high for her, one of the tour leaders. And I think somewhere mid-second set, the winner ratio really separated dramatically between Kalinskaya and Zheng. I think Kalinskaya in the first set was so close in the winners compared to Zheng, but then Qinwen just ran away with it.
All right, we are set in our women's semi-finals. The qualifier up the top, Diana Yastremska, has just been amazing all tournament long. Zheng will take on her, and down the bottom, what a blockbuster that promises to be. That is a rematch of the US Open final. Coco Gauff takes on Aryna Sabalenka. Well, my thanks to you, Andrea. What a match it was, and that was a sensational performance from this young Chinese superstar, here to stay and is through to the semi-finals here at this year's Australian Open.
The last match of the quarterfinals about to enter the main arena here in Melbourne, and it is a blockbuster between these two as well, Alcaraz and Zverev. Last time they met was at the ATP finals in Turin at the back end of last year indoors. Zverev got the win in 3 sets. Alcaraz got past Zverev at the US Open in 2023. Zverev said that he feels fresher this time around. He'd had a long route through, but it was only a couple of minutes shorter actually than the route he's taken to get to the quarterfinals here in Melbourne. But he doesn't feel as though it's taken as much out of him, and he is looking forward to the clash with the world number 2. One Spaniard passes a former great Spaniard, Rafael Nadal.
It's men's quarterfinal action here on Rod Laver Arena. Please welcome from Germany, Alexander Zverev. And their opponent from Spain, Carlos Alcaraz.
As ever, an air of expectancy once Alcaraz takes to the court here on the Rod Laver Arena. He is something just a little bit special. A virtuoso performance in the previous round against Kecmanovic. Just an hour and 49 minutes it took Alcaraz to book his first ever place in a quarterfinal here in Melbourne. 4 hours and 5 minutes for Zverev to get past Cam Norrie in a final set breaker, the second one of this tournament for Zverev, who took care of Lucas Klein by the same scoreline in the second round in over 4 hours and 31 minutes. Alcaraz has said that the shorter mileage should suit him. And I'm alongside John Fitzgerald, our morning masseur for the evening. Fitzy, welcome, number 1. It's a big night here in Melbourne, but do you agree with Alcaraz that it should help him significantly?
Yes. I mean, I think what some of us don't know, a lot of people who've never been to this stage of the tournament, Mark, don't know is how much it does take out of you and the cumulative effect it has. But it's logical to say if you have some big long matches early in the tournament, it builds. It accumulates.
Same conditions in previous match. Just to remind you that shot clocks are in the corners and the towel baskets as well. Sasha, if I can ask you to use the blue, please, and the red, please, Carlos. Red for the towel basket. Yeah. Do you have any questions? It's AO.
Receive.
You'll receive? Okay, if we can just have a photo facing that way. Carlos, you said receive, yes? Yeah, receive. Thank you.
Alison Hughes just checking with Carlos Alcaraz what he wants to do. Let's check in with Wally Masseur. Wally, big atmosphere down there courtside tonight.
It is, certainly is, and there is no question who the crowd are going for. He got a huge reception, did Carlos Alcaraz, when he walked in. Certainly the crowd favourite. Probably half of the fans here, whether they were here live or saw it on television, saw the highlight reel of 2 nights ago and are hoping for a little more. I just think Zverev is a very, very hard man to dominate. Just an incredible serve. And the backhand is world class. He'll give a pretty good account of himself, but like Fitzy, I have to agree that the work that he's done to get to this point, not just the physical effort, but the effort in concentration, the stress of 2 7-6 in the 5th wins, must take a little bit of the edge off his top-end performance.
Confirmation of the other wins that he had against the youngster Alex Mickelson in that 3rd round. Good run from him to get through to that stage, and Dominic Kopfer in that opening round, he really was a bit scratchy on the forehand. To be honest, it's been a shot that hasn't really lit things up for Zverev this tournament at the moment. And just coming in here, 48 forehand winners for the German, 106 unforced errors. You've got to feel that Alcaraz is going to know that and is going to target that forehand early on just to check out where it is at the moment. Ranked number 2, of course, the youngest ever world number 1 when he won the US Open in 22, beating Casper Ruud in the final. Still 20 years old, Fitzy. It's just
hard to believe.
Incredible, isn't it?
Hard to believe. 2 majors under his belt already. Zverev has been in one final of that US Open in 2020, but still hasn't got a major. So this lad knows what it takes to go all the way, and he's just vibrant. You know, he sees every match, I think, as an opportunity to improve himself, but also to win. Nothing to lose, really, for a player that's this good this early in his career. And he's an excitement machine. Best tennis I've seen all week is from this man.
2 minutes, gentlemen. 2 minutes.
There is team. Zverev is down on the right of the pitch here. He was up just having a little bit of dinner a few hours ago. Fisher, his brother, on the left of your picture there. Of course, no Juan Carlos Ferro here with Carlos Alcaraz. He's back home recuperating with a left knee surgery that he had just recently. Samuel Lopez, who coached Juan Carlos Ferro, who will be sitting in his box, and already smiles are all around for Alcaraz. Have you ever seen anyone look as happy on the tennis court at big moments in this guy?
No, I don't think so. And, you know, it's just part of what his natural persona is, isn't it? He brings joy to the tennis court, and I tell you, it was joyful the other night for us to watch him play. The match went quickly. There was no mucking around. There was no watching the shot clock. He just got on with business and showed us every shot in the book. Shots maybe that we hadn't seen before, in fact. And he does it all with a smile on his face. So how good is he for this sport? And why are we not surprised that everyone loves him?
Well, you touched on the fact that Zverev, obviously one of the game's great sort of repeatable servers. As we just nip over to his box, Alvaro, that's Carlos's brother on the right of the picture in the black top. Joe Moreno was just to the right, but I was just talking about the serving ability of Zverev. Obviously, it's repetitive. He's been the highest number of first serves in the out of the 4 quarterfinals that teed things up. But Carlos has only dropped serve once in the tournament.
Yeah, you know, having watched Zverev over the years, it's a tremendous serve. He's got a bomb, obviously. It's well placed. I think in 2023, Petch, it was 74% of first serves in. So it's just sort of, it doesn't really matter how he's playing. It's just hard to break him down quickly. You've got to sort of be in it for the long haul. I'll be curious to see whether Carlos can sustain the sort of form from the other night, because it was almost, you had to see it to believe it, that he could play that well at such a level for 3 sets, to be so creative, to take so many risks and get it so right. Can you do that 2 nights running? Well, we'll wait and see. If he doesn't, he could be in for a tough tussle. And the other thing too, the Zverev backhand, I mean, a lot of players are set up to attack the backhand of a right-handed opponent. It's a money shot. Like, he barely misses it. It's hard to break down. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I think Carlos is in for a tougher match than a lot of people here tonight would expect.
Yeah, I agree with you, Wally. Watching Zverev over the years, he's hyper competitive. He likes to play from deep behind the baseline, and he's got a lot of space on that Rod Laver court as we swing up above it, in terms of his capabilities of being able to extend some of these rallies and maybe extract unforced errors from the aggressive mindset that Alcaraz brings to a tennis court. Lots of things in play, as is the final place in the semi-finals of this year's Australian Open.
Ready, play. Fifteen love.
Pretty quick serves right out of the block here from Zverev. He's been averaging around 200, and those both were at 210 and 209. So looking for some cheap points perhaps early on.
30-15.
The most interesting things that we've seen in this tournament. Look at this from Alcaraz. Second serve returns, and there it is again, glaringly obvious. The backhand only making 63%.
I wouldn't have picked that.
Yep.
Patch, let me throw this one at you. When you stand side on, I'm sitting here side on watching Carlos return. On that second serve, he's actually too aggressive. It's a hard court. Let the ball come to you. Stand square. Don't change your eye line. Just have a look at the slow-mo of Zverev.
It's a nice tidying up done from the German in that opening game. But I agree with you, Wally, it's going to be interesting to watch Carlos on the return, not just on the second serve return, but also on that first serve return. I think he is going to have to blend it from deep and up.
Well, I think the bounce is what gives a lot of players trouble from Zverev's serve. Look, it's big and it's accurate and he hits a lot of aces. I mean, it's a wonderful asset for him to have, but he's also coming from 6'6", a long arm, and that ball comes down from a heck of a big height and it bounces high. So that bounce gives the return, or makes the returner, I think, adjust. Might take a while.
60-40 from the win predictor. Carlos has been a pretty decent lumberjack on the tennis tour for players against that are pretty tall, 6 foot or taller, since Madrid Masters back in 2022. He's played them on 24 occasions and he's won 21 of them. Just Medvedev once, and a couple of times to Zverev he's lost to these big servers.
Carlos Alcaraz. Love 15.
Carlos Senior right behind Albert Molina, who's in the grey jersey in the front there, and there is Samuel Lopez. Won't be too concerned about that. Not too many doubles generally come off the racket of this man. That's just his 9th of the tournament.
Love 13.
Well, you can't always pick up where you left off, can you? And he certainly hasn't. Just finding his way, and a little rusty in this first game or two.
Only faced 6 break points in the entire tournament so far, save 5 of them. Here's 3 already for Zverev. Couldn't be a more perfect start.
Zverev leads 2 games to love.
Well, maybe those first 2 serves of Zverev might have been an indication of how fast he was coming out of the blocks. He was ready, his heart rate was up, and he was already thumping that serve in the first 2 points. And that's what you noticed, Mark. And Carlos has been a bit of the polar opposite, hasn't he?
Love 15. All.
Massive serving.
Yep. 15.
Continuing the trend, 8Ks up on his tournament average in these opening couple of games. Never beaten a top 5 player at a major. 0 for 10 is Sasha. Just 2 wins out of 16 against top 10 players at these tournaments.
That's a strange sort of record, though, for someone of this quality. Almost doesn't make sense.
And he may put it right tonight, given the start that we've seen from him. 3-love, Zverev. Yeah, not only that, but in potential best-of-5 matches, there was another one with Rafa that he played back in 2019, lost that as well. So actually 0 for 11 overall in these kind of formats of matches. And you would think that the way that Zverev plays, as Wally was saying, that kind of drags mistakes from you, he extends rallies, he kind of wears you down, that stat would actually be far more like his normal top 10 record, which is 48 wins and 62 losses, which is much more understandable, as you say, Fitzy.
Time.
Zverev has been to the semi-finals here back in 2020. Lost to Tsitsipas on that particular occasion, and obviously just the one set away from winning the US Open in the same year. Lost to Dominic Thiem from a couple of sets up. But he's got the early break, and more often than not, he pushes on and takes it. What can Alcaraz do?
First and foremost, he can find his range. Generally speaking,
15 all.
I don't like seeing the approach shot across court for a right-hander straight into the running forehand of Zverev, and he can swing at this and hurt you. So tactically, no. But Carlos's forehand is so big that he's a bit different to most players, because normally he gets more purchase on it and makes the opposition stretch and reach for that ball. Come on, you're kidding me. There's a bit of flair that we saw a lot of 2 nights ago. Look for all money, like he was preparing to come over that topspin forehand volley, and then does this. He's got a creative mind, hasn't he, on a court?
Showed you the stat for Carlos missing returns on that backhand side. That was somewhat surprising coming into this match. Zverev, as is normal for him, missing way more off the forehand, off the first serve return and second, which is why Carlos went there. Both players very respectful about the potential from their opponent on the return, both serving quick.
Start for Zverev, and it probably couldn't be much worse for Alcaraz here in the first few minutes.
Nice some shot. 155 Ks off the strings of Zverev down the line. And the other thing about that forehand return, apart from the mistakes that come from that side for the German, is also it's a heavily spun ball. It tends to drop mid-court, which allows Alcaraz to get onto his first shot quickly after the serve. That forehand will get a thorough examination tonight.
Zverev leads 3-1 for set.
Crowd calling out their loyalties.
Love.
Just one first serve so far, has the German. This is flawless.
Yeah. How competent did he look there at the net? He read that passing shot beautifully, as you normally would. If you volley here with the first volley into that corner, you cover the line more often than not. And he was already half a step. I think this serve is almost unplayable at the moment, isn't it?
Game Zverev.
Dear his girlfriend, little clap. She must be impressed as well. This has been about as good as we've seen from Zverev, even since Sydney at the United Cup, 4-1. This has been perfect, Wally. I mean, he couldn't have come out and put down a better marker, could he?
Yeah, well, you know, we know the serve is good. I mean, it's an awesome serve, and he may not serve quite this well for the duration of the match, but it'll be close. The other thing about Zverev, though, he stands a little further back. He's rangy. He plays a little deeper. You can't go through him. Like it's
very interesting.
It's a very different matchup than Kecmanovic.
A fairly routine cross.
As I'm sitting here watching this, I kind of think, and I'm so impressed with Carlos's all-court game. Don't get me wrong, but I almost feel like I've got to see a little bit of Rafa in him. He's got to work the point. He's got the little escape valve to go to the forehand, but he's got to work for it. He's got to get the big fella on the run. He's got to use some angles. He's got to use his slice. He's got to use his drop shot. He's got to extend the rallies. I mean, he might catch fire and prove me wrong, but just slow down and work a little harder.
Sasha, they're going to reach the semis of a slam for a 7th time. That would move him just one ahead of the great Michael Stich, somebody that Wally knows very well. He was former coach of the German. Boris Becker with 18 Grand Slam semi-finals.
I retired him. See, that's what I mean. I mean, the other night he was perfect and that was going in, but tonight it's a different night. You know, just work a little harder. 3/4 heavy. Work him over.
You know, Wally is nothing but honest, if not honest. He's, you know, we all brag that he coached Michael Stich. He immediately says, well, I put him into retirement, actually. My coaching didn't sort of suit him. Honest guy.
Let's.
Weren't coaching him when I beat him, were you, Wally?
I think so, yes.
Mark Petchey retired Wally Masur. He's just going to need time to settle down. The pace of shot, the serve, the bounce on the serve is all different to what he's faced. And the form is there, just under the surface. I think Wally's right. Just let him settle down and work a little bit harder, break a sweat. The ship will right itself. He's missing.
Yeah, but it's not on, Fitzy. There's no life in the court. Nothing's bouncing that high. Everything's coming through just that little bit lower. There wasn't a lot of respect. There was no angle to work with. It's all just, I guess he's almost too amped up. Just settle.
This is how he plays, though. He goes after it, doesn't he?
And, you know, when you're playing a big server, don't try to match him for pace. Zverev he's serving within himself. Carlos has got to serve within himself. That's the point. Settle down. 10, 15 shot rallies, whatever it takes.
30-all.
With this good advice, I can't believe Wally got out of coaching so early.
Oh, I had a big future until Petch beat Stick.
And that's what you want to do, is trying to erode the confidence in that shot.
Yeah, I think as the match goes on, none of us know who's going to win this, but as the match goes on, he'll work that forehand more and more, you would expect, of Zverev's.
Deuce. Advantage, Alcaraz.
He's showing, isn't he, right now, why he's been one of the elite in men's tennis for a very long time.
Gee, that backhand is good, isn't it? Repetition of very good technique there. Alex Senior, and he'd be happy with that. And if you hit a forehand across court into a running forehand, you're asking for trouble. That's twice now Carlos has done it. When you come in after it, it's dangerous. If you stay back, of course it's fine.
Now, but he did have 3 consecutive year-end top 10 finishes before he was 22, and that put him in a very elite company with people that made world #1 apart from one. That was Borg, McEnroe, Lendl, Wilander, Becker, Edberg, Agassi, Sampras, Chang, the only one that never made it to world #1 that's managed to achieve that. Hewitt, Roddick, Nadal, Djokovic. That's how good he was very young. And we're reminiscing right now, and we're also reminiscing about this man, Wimbledon champ.
Who's that blonde 2 to the right of Kashi? Fitzy? Do you recognise her?
I do recognise her. That's my wife Jenny. But that's the great Pat Cash there that we saw.
Let's listen.
The great Pat Cash, who won Wimbledon in 1987. A great friend of Wally and I, and you, Petch. What an athlete he was.
There's a few blasts from the past. I was his worst ever loss, he said in his autobiography.
Did he?
Yeah.
He may well have been right. Don't worry, matey. Yeah. There he is. Gee, he was a good athlete. Yeah. He beat Ivan Lendl in the final of that Wimbledon, beat Jimmy Connors in the semis. Won the Davis Cup almost single-handedly in 1986 for Australia. Lost in the very first Australian Open here at Melbourne Park to Mats Wilander in a tough 5-set final. Gee, he's been shaken up by this start from Zverev, hasn't he? Alcaraz.
Well, this is good. Just get it out of the way. 6-1, move on. But I don't mind the play there. Second serve, stand back, high, heavy. Just got to adopt a bit of a clay courters mentality for a little while here, does Carlos. Just get himself into the contest.
Love.
One thing that rally shows is just how vibrant this man is right now. We thought perhaps with another 13-hour plus run through to the quarterfinals like he had at the US Open, there may just be a little sugar in the tank. Not so.
Game.
More like nitroglycerin.
6-1. New balls, please. Vote.
Rapid, deadly, and absolutely perfect. Zverev takes it 6-1. Zverev just checking his diabetes out there at the end of an opening set that he has got no qualms about whatsoever. He has stuck the onus very much on the other side of the net about how to respond to the quality that he has produced out here tonight. "29 minutes and 7 winners, 5 unforced against somebody that you do have to at times take it to is some impressive numbers, but wow, that serving was just off the charts, wasn't it? "16 out of 18 first serves made," and we saw Carlos going back on that second serve, but obviously for him he's also going to have to try and make some sort of inroads into this first serve if he can. That's the sort of shot that concerns you when you're taking on Zverev. If he's hitting it that cleanly off the forehand side, you know you're going to be in a huge battle.
Second set, Alcaraz. Thank you, players are ready.
Just about to change his stick here. Forgot that it was new balls. Certainly Alcaraz looking to get to his 5th Grand Slam semi-final. Seems a long way away.
Thank you.
New balls and a fresh start to the second set for Alcaraz.
Love.
Well, you wouldn't want to get down a break early in the second after this start by the opposition, because his game is so big and he's relaxed and hitting the ball well, Zverev here, playing like he's got nothing to lose, playing just like he's got everything to gain here, and looking dangerous. Doesn't want to get down a break early, Carlos.
(30-15).
Goodness me, he's moved smoothly onto that, doesn't it? It must be so difficult for him to fight that natural inclination to take the ball on, especially when you can do it as well as that.
When you can move onto the ball with this live movement he possesses, he's like a gazelle.
Let's just take a little look at what Alcaraz is facing out here in terms of accuracy. And as you can see here, within a couple of feet of the line, this is what he has been pumping into the court, with an extra 5 Ks on average on these first serves. But the accuracy, and obviously again, when you look at these, don't forget these balls, particularly on the outside where the 86% number is sitting, is on a diagonal. So there's an awful lot of baseline that Alcaraz is having to try and protect just to get the ball back into play, let alone neutralize this serve.
Wait, please. Love.
Who knows? Guten Tag may be still very pertinent when the outcome of this match is decided. 10 to 11 here in Melbourne in the evening.
He's just a tiny bit out of sorts, Wally, it seems. I mean, the other night he picked exactly the right time to hit drop shots, when to come in. All his shot selection was beautiful. That one, though, was a miss.
Yeah, it's all happening a little bit quickly for him. He's unsettled. He's playing fast. The point previous I quite liked until he got a bit excited with the backhand down the line. Just patient, patient. Got all night.
Interesting watching Zverev move off the ball at times tonight already, even though he's been dominating. He's been covering the drop shot from Alcaraz. We know it's one of his big weapons. We know he loves to use it to just pull you closer to the baseline, but just to change the pattern of some of these rallies, particularly after his own serve. Zverev has been the least successful with the drop shot out of all the 8 quarterfinalists that we've had. And you can kind of see why there.
Yeah, I'm not sure he needs to play this. When it's up high like that, go hard with a ground stroke. I mean, that's his forte. Go for it into the corner. I mean, he's got one of the best backhands in the world, and he chose a drop shot over in favour of it. Creating some angle with that forehand, Zverev, so far.
1 game rule, second set.
They have very similar forehand profiles these days. Alcaraz has lost about 400 RPM since 2022 on his forehand, flattened it out massively, and so it's brought it down to about 3,000, which is where Sasha sits. But he does have that ability here to generate those short angles still. They both have exactly the same pace off the forehand side as well. As lightning fast as Alcaraz looks, it is a big ball that comes from Zverev's strings.
Love.
Took his medicine there, just came up through the middle of the court and tried to defend the net, did so.
What do you think of that play, Wally? Up high to Zverev's forehand.
Yes, and I'd like to see a few kicking serves as first serves out to the backhand, and then getting him up running high on the forehand. You know, it's a clay court play. Just adopt a bit of a clay court mentality. Zverev is not quite as, he doesn't play as close to the line as, say, Sinner or Rublev. You can rally with him. Just relax, rally, wait.
Super coach pitch.
Or just hit winners.
40 love.
You got to love a super coach.
But it's just remarkable down here. He's just been in a frenzy. Like, it's, you just feel like just grabbing him, saying, "Mate, relax."
He's 20 years old, Wally. He's excited.
A little too early to see this, but his forehand length looks exceptional from Zverev. Done a number of his matches here, and he hasn't looked as though he's been able to ping the ball as close to his opponent's baseline as frequently as he has tonight. And that is, of course, extracting the error from Alcaraz, who has that natural tendency to try and keep taking it on. But the one thing's for sure, the 20-year-old is going to battle.
Alcaraz with 2 games to 1.
And he survives his second service game of this second set.
fits in the point you make about him just being 20 years of age. Of course, you know, you're absolutely right. There's so much more to come. But I always think of the time, you know, we spent with Leighton in Davis Cup. Leighton was unbelievable at winning with what he had on the day. Not his best game. He would accept where he was at and then just fight the battle. I mean, it's almost as though Carlos has got the memory of 2 nights ago in his mind, and that's the benchmark. That's where he has to play. But it's a different paradigm, different opponent, different look, different quality of shot coming at him. Just got to learn to win with what he's got on the night.
Time.
Always an easy quality for a 20-year-old to have, but patience is most definitely an action in a tennis match, just trying to bide your time. Sometimes you need the patience of an immortal, but it's early stages of this quarterfinal, and Alcaraz just starting to hold on to serve a little more comfortably.
You know, I've watched Zverev closely over the last month, and my first thought on his volleys in Perth when I saw in the United Cup when I saw him was that they should improve a bit. But for the last 3 weeks, I feel like they're very solid. Like he comes up with some clutch volleying at the right time.
So you're saying he improved them quickly?
No, I think I misread them a little bit. I'm not saying he improved them quickly, but he did miss a few early in the summer, and wasn't sure he came in all the time on the right ball. But he's in the last 3 or 4 matches I've watched of him. Gee, he's volleyed well, so it's a good backup for his baseline game. And of course, this serve is one of the best.
Second serve.
I should have waited to say that after this second serve, just in case I put the commentator's curse on him.
Very few dubs from Zverev these days. 66 aces coming into this match, just the 11 double faults, and that 1 to 6 is kind of Federer range. He's put all that nightmare of the second serve double faults behind him. How do you counter this serving, Wally?
40 love.
You just have to ride it. I think Petch, big servers love free points. Get as many back as possible. Change your position. Up, back. Try to give him a different look. Just got to respect it. Zverev is just playing extraordinarily well, and you know, maybe at this point it's a case of, you said it the last game, Petch, hang on to your serve. For Alcaraz, got to put all his energy and concentration into hanging on to his serve, not over serve. Just let that scoreboard tick over. I mean, he'll come down a little bit. He'll come down. You just got to wait for that moment and strike.
think that's fair to say. That's the Carlos Alcaraz we know and love right there.
15 love.
But I think mentally he's just got to put this first set behind him and think about this one set. But think about this game first. But if he wins this second set, the match then may start to turn. But we're going to go down 2 sets to love against this serve.
Success rate when he's played that shot in the tournament. 75% of them have won him the point. It's a good strategy for him. It isn't a risk.
And he has the nous to play it at the right time, doesn't he? Intuitive, clever tennis player.
I like that serving, spot serving. It's almost like he's trying to match earlier in that first set in particular, trying to match Zverev for power. That's 177 out wide. Previous serve was in the 180s, getting it to do something off the court.
There were a couple of potential serve volleys in that game as well from Alcaraz, which we haven't seen so far tonight. He's trying to think through this problem. 3-2. As much as it was beautiful to watch somebody play the way that he did in the last match against Kecmanovic, you know, we talk about statistics, we underline their greatness with their CV, but beauty at times doesn't need a resume. You watch it with Carlos. We saw it on the opening point of this game, just how attractive his tennis can be out there on the court. But there is a part of you that loves to watch these great champions with their back against the wall getting tested like this tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, deep down, that's what creates the drama. It was like a plethora of pleasure the other night, wasn't it? With him just playing every shot in the book. But the opposition, with respect, was not quite like Zverev. Awfully good player, but not at this level. Not yet, anyway.
What an amazing men's tournament it's been. It's been great on the women's side, but in terms of duration of matches and close matches, we just had the 33rd match today go to 5 sets between Medvedev and Hurkacz, and that is the most in the Open era since the US Open back in 1983. 35 matches that year went to a deciding set. It's been epic, and there's more to come.
Love.
Right there is the difference between a good length shot from Zverev off his forehand and one that drops a little bit shorter. And with Alcaraz prowling on that baseline, he's going to take every opportunity when the German drops it there.
Thank you.
Just one of those, have you ever seen anything like it moments from Alcaraz.
Well, right now, Walliver's sort of saying, I told you so. Just knuckle down. Hit 8 balls in a row. And then show us what you've got. How good was that?
Thank you, players ready. Thank you.
Pure joy. And he's been able to diffuse some of the forehand battle out here with some great cross-court lengths, Zverev. You look at the last couple of points, and he is trying to play his forehand back down the line to get out of the forehand exchanges. It puts a lot more pressure on that shot. He does like to go there with that shot more often to bring his backhand into play. But against the power of Alcaraz, not easy. And here's 2 break points. That is well saved.
30-40.
I tell you what, the X factor there of Alcaraz nearly got him back into that point. It was Zverev probably couldn't have played that point any better. This is good stuff now. And all of a sudden, though, Alcaraz looks dangerous. But to Zverev's credit here, he really stands up and defends his turf for these last 2 points. They're agreeing with Wally, more of the same.
Advantage Zverev.
Let's go!
Cain, Zverev. Three games all seconds end. Thank you. Love. All.
I can't help but feel, gee, it's dangerous on a hard court to play this. Good hustle from Zverev, by the way, for a big man. But the ball bounces so high, doesn't it, off the drop shot? It's got to be perfect. And when the pressure's on, gee, it's hard to play. Or I think it's fraught with more danger than other parts of the game.
not getting caught too far behind his own baseline.
15-13.
Petch, he's been impressive though so far tonight. You can't deny that, can you? He's really upped his ante here compared to the other rounds, I think.
There's the advantage of the drop shot right there on that point, because Zverev normally against a lot of people would be a good 2.5 meters behind his baseline. He was right up on the baseline looking for the drop shot there. You're right, Fitzy, it's a shot on a hard court that definitely comes with risk. I think for Carlos, most of the time it pays off for him.
$14-13.
If I had a small criticism on the drop shot, I'd just like him to be another metre, half a metre at least, but preferably a metre further forward than where he's playing it from.
First out's been dominated by Zverev.
Continues to go across court and follow his forehand in. I just don't like that tactic. Even with a forehand as good as Carlos's. He was lucky to get away with that.
He knows it. Contrasting emotions.
Deuce.
It's tense right now, isn't it? This is big.
Let's listen.
Let's give this man, Zverev, some credit here. He is playing to a high level.
Did so many great things in that rally.
I'm not sure that should have been a lob. That's the creativity that he possesses, but something a little more solid there might have been better. That was risky to hit the lob there. Maybe across court with a big forehand. Now we're facing a very big moment.
Pure, impure emotions. Nothing better than that. Undiluted entertainment between these two. As he's taking the code violation, he might as well step away, regroup. Absolutely brilliant from Zverev. Under siege on his own serve in the previous game. He comes out after surviving that and breaks the world number 2. And he came in on the backhand again, didn't he? He made sure that he forced Alcaraz to beat him with his least potent shot, and it worked out perfectly for him. What a couple of arm wrestle games they were, Wally.
Yeah, the first set was, it came and went far too quickly, but Alcaraz has dug his heels in, but he's being outplayed. He's just being outplayed, and not only is Zverev, he's hitting with real firepower from the back of the court, but how well is he scrambling? You know, he's dug back a couple of important slices, dug out some volleys. You know, he's not coming in on bluff. He's looking for the volley. He wants the volley. It just looks so positive. He is playing awfully well, and this man is rattled. He gave the chair a pretty good kick when he went to sit down. Zverev has gotten to him.
Well, the serve is a real luxury for this man, and he has been luxuriating in the lead ever since the start of this contest. Was in danger of trailing by the break, saving those couple of break points. There was a good chance for the world number 2 in that 6th game, but he paid a heavy price in the 7th.
And Petch, I think the crowd are, you know, they're waiting for a moment. They're waiting for something to happen to get behind Alcaraz. So saving those break points, he's really just keeping the crowd out of it too. Is Zverev.
A bit deflated here.
Yeah.
That is 12 first serves in a row. He's made 33 out of 37, and he is forcing Alcaraz in that last game to almost break him, having made every single first serve.
Wow. Well, Wally used the adjective rattled. I think it's on the money. He is.
Stealing plays out of Alcaraz's playbook.
But how serene does he look? Zverev looks completely calm. Shot selection just about perfect. And the other man's like a blowfly in a glass jar.
Zverev leads 5 games to 3 seconds.
sometimes, you know, when you play with all that flair one day and you come out the next, you expect to be able to do it again, don't you? And well, he's right. You know, the opposition is different. A different player, a different scenario, a different night.
Two dads. Carlos Senior, Carlitos' dad, obviously coached him when he was a younger age, got the technique in position.
Let's for serve.
But his son not in the position he would like to be in this quarterfinal. He's got a great first step, hasn't he, Zverev, Wally? You had a good look at him running towards you there.
Yeah, he really covers territory quite easily. I mean, he's so long-limbed, isn't he? But that first step, as you say, Petch, there's good anticipation. He knows what the likely outcome of that shot is, and he's halfway there. Unfortunately, that was just a little too good. But that's the type of shot Alcaraz has to come up with to win a point.
You know, I've got to admit, I'm in a tiny bit of shock here because I didn't think it would evolve like this so drastically. We know how good Zverev is, but it was so vivid in my memory how well Alcaraz had played 2 days ago. I'd barely seen tennis played at that level, and yet on a new night, he's been beaten soundly so far.
30-15. Oh.
Just keeps asking the question of that backhand pass.
30-14.
And he's been quick to get out some of the exchanges as well. That backhand down the line was a bit of a risk, but he absolutely gunned it. And Alcaraz couldn't get any advantage in the point, and here is a set point in the second set. Well, he's not bereft of ideas, but he can't execute them, Alcaraz. And Zverev deservingly so, up 2 sets to love. Right, guys, where's the good news for Alcaraz?
Well, there's none at this instant. There's none at all right now. I guess the hope, though, is that he can, as Wally said at the beginning of the second, just settle down and play longer rallies and keep the points going a bit longer so that they can evolve in a fashion that he wants. He is rushing. He wants to finish points like he normally does. Maybe tonight is one of those nights he has to back off a fraction. Maybe. But, you know, the great Rod Laver used to go down 2 sets to love and he'd keep hitting his way out of trouble. He did it time and time again, they said. And stuck to his game plan. So who knows, Petch? He's one serious talent, is Alcaraz. But tonight, he's been outfoxed and outplayed so far.
I'm not sure who's keeping the unforced error stat, but they're very generous. They had 10 for Alcaraz there. I guess they're saying he's being forced into error just by the quality of the Zverev play. But gee, there's just a lot of wrong options being taken. At the moment, though, I mean, he needs a dip, doesn't he? He needs a dip from Zverev. Zverev's just about unplayable with the quality of his serve. You can't build any rhythm on your return games, and just under pressure on your own serve. It's a tough situation.
Zverev just the one loss from this position, and pretty much anyone that follows tennis knows when that was.
Thank you, players already, ladies and
US
gentlemen.
Open final against Dominic Thiem. Alcaraz has never come back from 2 sets to love down. Lost all 6 matches that he's found himself in this position in.
So, Petch, as I watch that backhand return, you know, I don't know if Andy Murray's watching this, but it'd be great for Alcaraz just to spend a bit of time with Andy on a hard court and just talk about return and where to stand, how to let the ball come to you. You don't have to charge it. Let it come to you. There's a lot of pace in the ball. Use that pace. And then Andy could just teach him the finer points about the block and the chip grips. There's a bit of work to be done there.
I'll tell you what, well, if he's going to replicate it perfectly as sort of match conditions here, and he's going to have to wait an entire half an hour to hit a second serve, because that's how long it's been since Alcaraz had seen a second serve.
Yeah. And Petch, if you look at history, it doesn't bode well for Alcaraz here. He hasn't won from 2 sets to love down in his young career yet. And Zverev, in his 52 matches previously, when he's had a 2 sets to love lead in Grand Slams, he's only ever lost once. 52 times. That was in the final of the US Open. So he'd be feeling awfully confident right now, would Sasha Zverev.
Shouldn't forget that when he rolled his ankle in that match against Rafa in the semis of Roland Garros, he was right on the cusp of becoming the world #1 with Sasha at that particular stage. That's how well he was playing. That's how good a year he'd had all the way through to that particular stage. And when he did roll the ankle and when he came back, it looked as though it would be a while for him, but it wasn't. Good thing for both these players that they can write their own history, and that's what Alcaraz will try and do tonight.
If he's going to have a chance here, he's going to have to win at least 1, but maybe 2 close sets. In the remaining 3 sets, there's going to, you'd expect at least 1 and probably 2. So he's walking the tightrope. And all the marbles, all the odds are in Zverev's favour at the moment. Maybe sometimes he's got too much choice.
40 love.
Interesting approach shot.
We saw Fed do that towards the back end of his career. Never really had a drop shot, did he, Fed, for a long time? Felt as though it was a bit of a joke shot, but his rival made it something that he had to work on to try and beat him.
That was a bad choice. Volley.
Yeah, he's not earning the right to go for the drop shot.
15.
He's not creating any time or space. He hasn't got Zverev on the back foot. Look where he is. And he's going cross court. The ball's got to travel so far at no pace. I mean, how do you beat a guy drop shotting cross court from the alley? I mean, maybe play a short slice to the service line. Zverev has been unbelievable tonight. Like, he has not put a foot wrong in the serving. It's just been an outrageous display of serving. But if I could just sum up Alcaraz's performance thus far, it's just been impatient. He's just not worked hard enough for the win.
Love 15. Fifteen all.
That was a silky backhand down the line. He had to coax it very quickly over the top of the net, but at just the right pace to get it to come down. He has not put a foot wrong. Very comfortable with his backhand as his first shot after his serve, Zverev. We've seen that over the course of his career, and when you serve to the Alcaraz backhand, more often than not, you're going to be prepared to the backhand. That's where he directs nearly 90% of his traffic off that backhand side off the return.
Game
And again, another superior service game from Zverev, 2-1. Now just a few scenes from the match that are seeing Zverev play the match of his career at a major. He was good against Alcaraz and Roland Garros. When he picked up his first ever top 10 win, he was great in that 4-out-40 classic against Sinner at the US Open last year. This has been even better. Christoph Seller, you can just see with the black and German flag on his front there. Physio for Sasha Zverev. And the German fans absolutely delighted with their man.
Love 15.
This is unbelievable. He has no game plan. I think Alcaraz's mind is racing. He can't just calm down, distill his thoughts. I don't think he can see a way forward at the minute.
Well, this is serious now, to say the least. And when the only tool you have is a hammer, every problem looks like a nail, and that is the problem for Alcaraz right now. Velocity gets him out of that problem. Can he find another one to get himself out of this foxhole he finds himself in?
Will he remember those 2 points in 2.5 hours, Mark? Is the question. I mean, he's almost on the brink, isn't he?
Nothing like a crisis to narrow the focus.
Deuce.
That's a bad sign too.
No advantage.
A bad sign when you are so desperate that you go for a 202 km/h second serve. Just trying to hit his way out of trouble without much reason.
And Petch, a minute ago you said he was fighting his way out of a foxhole. It's more like the Marianas Trench. He is a long way underwater.
He's been absolutely bullied on the outside on his second serve as well, has Alcaraz. He's went just 1 point out of 11 on that particular side.
How good is that? When you look at that box, there's just no animation, calmness, acceptance, and belief in their charge, their brother, their son.
Ladowski is the man in the middle of Alexander Senior and Misha. Also working hard to formulate the kind of performance we've seen tonight. Christoph Seller at the back, alongside him, Dalibor Sorolla. And together they put Zverev back together, firstly physically and also mentally, to produce this kind of performance.
Thirty, 15.
.46 out of 52 first serves made.
He's all out of sorts now.
40,
Incredible.
15.
All going pear-shaped. Amazing. It's hard to see how he can save himself here right now.
Please. Please.
Just the second point he's picked up against the second serve, but he's only faced 7.
Deuce. Advantage, Zverev.
She got there a little quicker than I think he thought he was going to. He could have kept two hands on the racket and manipulated that down the line, but that probably is a good insight into how he's feeling right now more than anything else. Just superb depth from Zverev, and he is absolutely bossing the world number 2 out here. 4-1, third set. Well, at times in a 5-set match, when you watch Sasha, particularly early on in this tournament, he was simultaneously very bad and then very good. And even in the last couple of matches, at times you've seen that forehand kind of waver from the kind of performance that we've seen tonight. But it has been absolutely on the money. And Alcaraz just simply from the get-go has had no solution to this kind of play.
It's funny how the mind and the body go together, though, isn't it? And when you get a scrambled mind out here because things are going against you and you become unsure, then it's almost like your body fails you, or the coordination fails you. And he's missing balls by half a metre down the net at times, Alcaraz. He's completely out of sorts.
Bit of disorder there for Alcaraz at the changeover, just 10 minutes shy of midnight in Melbourne. And unlike one Spaniard back in 2022, I don't think this is going to be another miracle in Melbourne. Not the sequel.
Love. Let's.
I'm not sure he entirely meant to miss the opening couple of points of this game. He would have liked to probably get the insurance break, but one thing it does do is, of course, is not allow Alcaraz any chance to get a bit of rhythm.
Love.
Another reminder of this man's repertoire.
Well, assuming he's going to hold his serve in the next game after this one, he's got 2 chances, hasn't he, to break. And 540 at one stage, early in that second set. What can he produce from a bag of tricks?
Let's.
Now, when you showed me the stat, Petch, about his backhand return and how much he missed compared to the forehand, it sort of shocked me a bit. But the bounce on this serve cannot do that backhand any good. It's tough to control, isn't it? Almost coming from 9 feet in the air. The ball off this racket. Maybe more. Maybe close to 10. For the first one. Couple in this set, so has he opened a door? Probably not.
Thank you, players are ready, please.
You know, it's interesting just watching Carlos return this serve, which has been awesome, obviously, tonight, but he's standing so close, he's attacking the second serve, and he's really flashing the blade. I mean, his racket probably should only be moving about 6 inches, just trying to meet the ball on its path, use the pace. So aggressive.
It's his night, it seems.
Close to the final dagger from Zverev as he takes that 5-2 lead in the third. I think if you ask Carlos, that's probably going to be one thing he'll say. If I wasn't on the front foot, I felt as though those are the sort of shots that were beating me hands down as well. There have been a couple off the forehand side. We know just how gorgeous the backhand can be in those kind of situations. And there was just a little opening for Zverev to explore. And he shuts the door on that particular game in emphatic style.
Time.
Zverev to beat Alcaraz in Vienna back in 2021 without getting broken. He is close to repeating that feat once again here in Melbourne.
Love 15.
Forehand tonight has had the pace of an F1 car, but the directional sense of my wife at times, isn't it?
Well, my fellow commentator, you're nothing if not a brave man.
15 all. Thank you.
Wally, what does this tell you about Carlos? I mean, he hasn't compromised even yet. He's played a few longer points like you had suggested, but he's still playing with flair, isn't he, and finishing points quickly. Just tell you maybe he hasn't learned to adapt yet in his young career?
Maybe we expect too much. As good as he is, Fitzy, I guess there's work to be done.
14-15.
Particularly just, you know, certain areas of the game, like return. He hasn't served well tonight either. There's definitely room for improvement.
Just his 12th Grand Slam. Already picked up a couple.
Let's.
I think a big part of the journey of being a pro is getting your worst match very close to your best. So a bit of work in that area. Not over yet. These are the tough games to win right here.
And as I said the other night, now when you look at where he's at, his 12th major, he's picked up a couple. It took Novak 27 to pick up his 3rd major. He has got time on his side in terms of the history books, but maybe not tonight.
Well, we don't want to be premature. The match is still live. But there's definitely a few technical things on hard court that he can look at, particularly this return.
And if he gets the first point, the crowd involvement.
Love 15.
Well, he just showed us something right there. Sometimes the best ball in tennis is the one that just goes in.
He loaded it up with height and spin, didn't he? Two quick serves, both have come back. Cain Alcaraz. That is the shot that has been delivering the hurt. Equal fastest of the night. Another one that laces the line with perfection.
As well as this man has played, I think he's a little tight.
Well, the strange drop shot, the forehand slice made him come in, but he came in straight to the forehand. He was sort of forced over the low part of the net to go there. But gee, that was laced with danger. Here we go. Is this the miracle event in the sequel?
It's going to be 5 identical pitches.
Over an hour since his last break point. And somehow he keeps his faint hopes alive. Credit to him, he did do a few things there that he hadn't been doing, and he did get help unquestionably by a little tightness from the German, understandably so.
On some of those returns, you know, it's hard for me to give Wally so much credit, but he did what Wally wanted. He shortened his swings. He didn't flash the blade as much on the return of serve. And that lifts your percentage chance of making the shot. Even on the break point there, he actually caught a bit of the frame. It was a short swing on the forehand. Caught a bit of the frame and landed in awkwardly for Zverev. That was a talented volley, by the way, to finish the point. Well, there's a glimmer of hope.
Did you see that? Did you see that smile there as he sat down? I mean, a smile will release tension, and that's certainly something Carlos needs. Still a bit of work to be done here.
Love.
Support just absolutely cascading down from the stands right now. Huge boost for the Spaniard.
Well, it's going to take strength of character here for Zverev. He showed it there in that point. But to put away that disappointment, to put it in the past very quickly.
Fifteen, 13.
Look out.
He's infused them with belief. How much belief does he have? We've seen a few ghosts of smiles from Alcaraz tonight. That one was a little more meaningful.
Thank you, players ready. Please.
returned from very deep there, Carlos, but didn't quite maintain the depth. But I just wanted to make the point about the final point of the last game. It was almost the first time tonight he's played a point not to lose it, as opposed to trying to win it. Didn't hurt him.
Love. Thirty, 15. Forty, 15.
Ground first serves in the game, and he tried to serve this match out, just didn't quite find the same location as he has done to this stage of this particular game. Stability returns for the German. 6-5, third set. He leads by 2 sets to love. That was a very nice reset and regroup from Zverev after what must have been a disappointing run of 3 games against him.
Very close.
It's hardly sure what Alcaraz was having a word with Alison Hughes about. I think he was maybe having a little word about Zverev getting close to the shot clock, and she hadn't given him a warning, whereas he's been given one.
Well, we talked about at least 1, probably 2 close sets if he's to take this to 5 or to actually win it. He's going to have to win this in a tiebreaker.
30-15.
There's no question we're seeing a little bit of lack of trust in the forehand for Zverev. A few occasions now he's decelerated on that side.
There's no handbrake ever on that forehand from Alcaraz. He's given them cause to hope.
It's almost like he's looking forward to this exciting challenge, isn't it? In his eyes there, don't you think?
I agree.
Most of us are dreading these moments, I think.
This is a great dig from Zverev. Easy to look at Carlos, but what does he do from there? Hook it inside in? I mean, look at how far into the doubles line he was at that particular stage. Almost has to hit a winner.
All I know is he didn't even look like clearing the net with that. That landed well below the tape.
How well does Zverev move and defend out of that backhand side?
Yeah, he's been admirable, hasn't he?
2-0-0.
Beautiful defense out of there.
Do you just try and pick a side here? I mean, Zverev serving on this outside in the last game was immaculate out wide. Or do you hope he doesn't hit his target?
I thought for sure Sasha was going to approach across court.
2-0.
Thought he was going across court to the line for sure here. I'm not sure why he would go to the forehand. And Alcaraz, with that amazing movement and change of direction he possesses, was there easily.
mistake from Zverev. This was a miracle.
But you know what? It was the final shot that got the applause, but it should have been the 2 shots prior. That's what kept him in it. Playing not to lose.
Please. Please.
First standing 8 of the night. Zverev so close to the knockout. Thankfully, Sasha Oka on the ankle front.
This ball going out too, I think. But he makes sure of it. That was going to land fraction wide, I think, that ball. This is why 5 sets builds and creates drama.
5-2.
Right now, there's not a finish line in sight.
He is simply untouchable. Under the nighttime sky here in Melbourne, a luminous piece of skill from Alcaraz. From the depths of despair to 4 set points. What a sport this is, and what a night this may still be. Just as we thought it would happen, eh, Fitzy?
This is like a roller coaster of emotions for both players. I feel for Sasha right now, but what an excitement machine this kid is. Holy smoke. Where did that come from?
I mean, to be fair, Sasha didn't do a lot wrong in that 5-4 game. Some great returns from Alcaraz. He knocked a couple of balls into court. He tested the temperament. Everyone gets a little bit nervous at those moments, particularly when you have played as well as Sasha had up until that point. And we can take a look at the numbers, and I know that we've become so analytical at times, but honestly, Wally, the emotions that somehow he found within him, that he could come up with the shots that he did to somehow push us to a 4th.
Well, I think, Petch, you know, the instinct, his competitive instinct came into play. You know, for 2.5 sets there, it was like he was playing the ball he wanted, not the ball that he was getting. He just wasn't quite respecting the situation. And, you know, he just started to dig and scramble and make balls. He got stubborn. Probably Sasha in that tiebreaker. There's no question Sasha got a little tight. He was just buying a little bit more time for Carlos to get into the point. But he came in 3 times to the forehand in that tiebreak. 3 times he got burned.
He is in the mood. He's not in a tennis club, he's in a nightclub, dancing to the music. Wow, he found his tempo and rhythm on that forehand side. A tiebreaker that you could only dream of playing. There'll be many people sleeping and dreaming about hitting a tennis ball like that. Absolutely ridiculous collection of shots here from the world number 2. And this is where the tumble comes for Zverev, which is why he's getting treatment out on court at the moment to the ankle that's taped. And then the moment that we will remember for the rest of the night, regardless of if he wins or loses, the running forehand.
We've seen that smile a little bit in the last 15 or 20 minutes. It was absent at the start of this match. He just couldn't get his teeth into the contest. It was a most un-Alcaraz-like performance. And Zverev was just about perfect. So all it took was that little dip from Zverev, and Alcaraz was good enough to pounce.
You know, when you play at that level and your heart rate is so high, how can you even smile?
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr.
But
Zverev is
we're
now
all
receiving a medical
giving off
timeout.
a grimace after, you know, playing an intense point, but not this young fella. A genuine smile of joy when he played, lifted the lid off this stadium.
And the key to it was his return. The key was his return. He just found a way to get balls back into play and get himself in the point.
And that's always been the thing about Alcaraz, which I think, apart from the obvious, which is the shot making, the moments that we've just seen in that tiebreaker from him, it is the sheer love of the game that seems to just shine from him and radiate from him that he does. Fitzy, you said it before he went into the tiebreaker. He looks as though he is loving this scrap. He looked as though he genuinely was enjoying it. He would rather not be anywhere else in his world. Down 2 sets to love, fighting for survival.
Not thinking about losing.
No.
There was a spark of joy, almost, you know, certainly a spark of excitement in his eyes at the start of that tiebreaker, as if, hey, this is what it's all about. I'm going to have fun here. I'm going to remember this one, and I'm going to do some serious damage here and do something special, maybe. Give me a chance.
Well, he gave himself a chance. Well, he's had a lot of mileage. We've talked about it. He's traversed a lot more of Melbourne Park than Alcaraz to get to this quarter-final stage. And are we seeing a little bit of wear and tear, a little degradation on the feet of Zverev? And will that have any factor as we go deeper? That was the only bit of good news, really, after the opening couple of sets, wasn't it? The fact that Zverev has played so long to this stage of this tournament that potentially there could be a little fatigue if Alcaraz could drag it out.
And I wonder if he does have an issue with an ankle. I hope not. But maybe the toes, maybe blisters, soreness, that can come from so many hours on court. Will he be able to maintain this level now is the next question for Sasha.
Well, the thing is, I mean, Alcaraz can't get better. I mean, everything he touched in that breaker just turned to gold. Even that will be hard to stay within 10% off, let alone repeat.
4 sets, Alcaraz to serve.
That was just the most amazing 15 minutes of tennis. What a joy to watch. Great start from Zverev.
But Pet, you know what it was in that tiebreak? It occurred to me that it was one great shot per rally that was winning it for him. at the start of the match, it was like a frenzy. It was like he was trying to hit 5 knockout punches into one rally. All of a sudden, he's playing tennis. He was blocking, he was chipping, he was throwing a few up high, bunting a few returns back, and then one strike to win the point. That was a little like how he started the match, throwing haymakers as opposed to combinations.
Let's listen.
The X factor that he brings to a tennis court for fans is that you simply aren't sure what's going to come off his racket every single time he sets up for a point. Too nice. He should have been wearing that like his chains, Zverev, in moments like that.
14.
It would have been a legitimate shot. He was so tough to go round him.
Yeah, the body was the play, wasn't it? Doesn't mean you try to hurt someone, but you've got to handcuff him. It's full of big moments, isn't it? A 5-set drama. This is another.
And off course immediately at the start of the 4th set for the world number 2. And another one of those moments, Wally, where you just needed to see him ask the question of the pass.
Yeah, ball was coming across his body, tried to change direction. Nothing's come easy tonight for Carlos, there's no doubt about that, and a lot of it's just due to the quality of this man's game, but patience, patience. That was a game of errors once again from Carlos.
Love 15.
Tell you what, that was some return when you actually look at where he contacted it.
He's persevered. He hasn't made that a lot, has he?
Well, let's have a look at this. This is above his shoulders, isn't it?
Does that mean he's getting used to the bounce, Mark?
Love 13.
Solid volley there.
Probably wishes he'd done that a few times in the tiebreak. Approached on the backhand wing as opposed to the forehand.
I like to see players go back cross court there from where Carlos was, because that opponent's always going to the middle of the court there after they're tracking that ball. And if you don't fire it quickly enough down the line, that's a pretty simple volley for a pro player.
Mm-hmm.
Mach 5 followed by Mach 7.
15.
You'd think this would hurt Zverev here. I mean, he's up the break in the third, can't serve it out, loses it in a tiebreaker, then gets up an early break. Alcaraz is gaining momentum if he comes back into this now.
What a start to this fourth set.
One game of 4 sets.
And Zverev with some less than perfect movement to that volley, went away from the net on the diagonal.
Well, I can tell you rarely, when I'm sitting in a commentary box with a fellow commentator, I see an outpouring of joy from my fellow commentator. You are loving this. We are loving it. This is special. Two amazing, magnificent tennis players here in action.
I will never, ever support the end of 5 sets for men's tennis.
15 love.
Well, you cannot get this drama.
No.
In best of 3. You cannot.
We will lose so much in the sport if we did.
Somehow we've still got to shorten the matches, Pitch.
That we can do.
You know, the worry for Sasha now, though, is he's poked the bear. The bear's awake.
How good was that rally?
30-15. Let's.
Cabeza, corazón, cojones. That's what his grandfather used to say to him. Head, heart, and I'm sure you know what the third one meant. And he has shown all three tonight. There's a fourth seat, and that's comeback, and it's on the cards. Alcaraz 2-1 in the fourth. He's done an amazing job there, Wally, to bounce back, having dropped that opening game of this fourth set. That would have been some significant headwind for most players.
Yeah, but all of a sudden, Petch, you know, I'm sitting on the sideline. In the first two sets, I'm just scratching my head because I can't see a way forward for him. But now I'm watching him play, and it's calm, it's measured. I'm not seeing the wild errors. If he misses, it's by small margins. And even if he's down, you know that there's a way forward. There's a plan. I mean, you know, in that tiebreak, some of those great shots were preceded by some great scrambling, some clever slicing, some real stubbornness to stay in the point. So, look, he may win, he may lose, but it's starting to make sense.
Well, William Shakespeare once wrote, "Some are born great, some achieve greatness, and some have greatness thrust upon them." And you do sense that this man has had it thrust upon him. 20 years old, and he has already brought up some of the most special memories of many people's recollection of tennis. He has been breathtaking tonight.
What's he doing different on that backhand, Wally? Because now he's making it. The second serve bouncing high to his backhand where he steps in. He was mishitting it so often early.
Well, Fitzy, the temperature's dropped to about, it's probably 17 degrees down here now, so it's much cooler, so you're not getting the same life out of the court. But everything he's doing is just much more measured. He's within himself. He's playing within himself. That was a simple swing. There's a block. Slice, he's staying in the point. Got a little excited, but he's prone to that. But it's just much closer to his best tennis.
Thirty, 15.
So I'm sticking by my theory. To come back from 2 sets to love, you need to win 1, but probably 2 close sets. 1 close set down. He's going to have to win another close one, you'd think. And against this serve, it is still no walk in the park, is it?
40-15.
Yeah, I don't know what the win predictor feels like, but it certainly still favours Zverev this situation right now. He can neutralise any tailwind that Alcaraz has picked up with that serve.
So maybe the way I see it is this set, even money. But if Alcaraz wins this set, he's favourite. What do you think?
I'm going to go all zen on you. I just want to live in the moment.
Fair enough.
Here it is. That was the start of the match, 60% right now. Zverev still very much, percentage-wise, the favourite, the winner.
Oh, I can't see that. I cannot see 78-22.
I see 50-50.
Yeah. Maybe 55-45, Sasha, but not 78-22. That, for me, is ridiculous.
2-all on serve. Whoever wins this set wins the match.
Zverev, magnificent. How well does he cover the court for a big man?
First step is great. It's powerful. He's got those long strides. But you know what I like, Fitzy, is just how measured he's played this evening. He just keeps asking tough questions of Carlos. Carlos certainly imploded in those first two sets. We've got a match on our hand now, but Zverev, apart from maybe just getting a little tense, the closing stages of the third has been just about perfect.
If at first you don't succeed.
When he served for Wimbledon,
15.
he tried a drop shot and lost it. Serving for the championships against Novak. Next point, what does he do? He does it again. He has no bounds when it comes to confidence in what he can do.
And nor should he see any restrictions on the horizons yet at once at his age. Alcaraz has limitless potential, as does this match still. 3-2 to the Spaniard in the fourth. He's got a racket shot going on there, Fitzy.
Two to be strong. He's in for the long haul.
I would have thought, though, that he would have a stash of them in there with the right tension, if it's the same tension.
Everyone's a little different as well, isn't it? He's been out for, out there for a while. Maybe he wants a couple of fresh ones potentially coming for the start of the 5th.
Maybe a fresh one that's half an hour old, like has been strung half an hour before, is different to the one that was strung overnight at the same tension, I'm sure.
Time.
Good service.
Listen to this. They don't care what time it is. Zverev had the engine running, the getaway car, about an hour ago, thinking that he was going to be in it. Still work to be done.
Love.
He's been magnificent, Zverev, tonight. Really has. So impressive. Such maturity on a tennis court here. Hasn't wavered.
Let's listen.
Can't tell you how good that is. I won't even try.
30-15.
In amongst the rubble of the opening couple of sets, you just didn't think he had these shots tonight, did you? He got marooned in the middle of the court. It's not a bad forehand at all from Zverev.
The racket head speed there.
In the calmer moments, he has gone back to the backhand every time he's approached and kind of come away with a point. You go back to the tiebreaker, and the couple of times he came in on the forehand, and that's what turned the tide.
Yeah. But he make those decisions in a heartbeat, really. He just made a couple of wrong ones possibly there. But he's certainly on track here, is Sasha. He's dangerous still with his serve, and probably, well, he's up 2-1, so why wouldn't he be favourite?
Dropping first serves like Steph Curry drops three-pointers. It has been an absolute serve clinic from Zverev tonight.
you take forehands like that for granted with this young man.
There was a time tonight, wasn't it, when you felt as though it was the supremacy of wishful thinking rather than reality that he could find enough of these to actually get himself back into the match, but he has done. Didn't hit a four-round winner in the opening set. 5 in the second, 7 in the third. He's already found 4 in this fourth set.
I just don't think any of us or most players have the imagination to even try this shot. Why would you hit from a high ball under a slice and drop shot it? Just that it tipped the net, by the way.
(40-15).
He keeps giving the crowd what they want. 4-3, 4 set. And Wally, every time I watch Carlos play, there's part of me that doesn't want him to change. I know you've been sitting there tonight and you've been absolutely spot on. You know, this is a results-based sport, and ultimately you're going to get judged on how you win or how much you win, but there is something about the way that he plays that is just so attractive that even if he didn't come away with a whole host of majors that was in the double digits, I still feel as though he's going to create a ripple in the sport that is just going to be so healthy for everybody.
Well, Petch, once it is known, it is known. I mean, the way he's playing now, every junior around the world is watching him play and seeing the possibilities. He may very well, he'll take the game to another level, there's no doubt about it. But I've learned a bit about you two in the course of this match. I've just been listening to the two of you, and it's occurred to me that you're both show ponies. You are so excited about the brilliance. I'm like a hard hat blue collar guy. I'm just loving the digs on return, the fight, just scrambling, you know, trying to stay alive in this match. We're very different.
Love.
He likes to be considered blue collar, Wally. Yeah. But deep down, where's white?
Is that a blue collar suburb that he lives in?
Love.
Yes, it is not a blue collar suburb. And Sasha keeps going about his business like the professional that he is.
He's done really well to shorten these points again. I know the serve helps, but you can see he hasn't retreated.
40 love.
His service holding up as you'd expect, and he's playing magnificently here. And with this serve from 4-all, he holds this point and goes to 4-all. From 4-all in the fourth, leading 2-1, he's incredibly dangerous.
40-15.
Starting to worry about that backhand return now. He was getting a lot of free points from that and a lot of short balls off it early. Now he's asking the question to his box, what's going on here? Where do I go with that second ball? Was he limping there, Wally?
That was a little proppy. At first I thought, was he just trying to avoid the ball, kid? But I think his foot is bothering him for sure.
Well, fingers crossed, it's nothing to do with an ankle. We all know that history. You're definitely proppy, wasn't he? I think it's toes. I think it was blisters.
Defiant. And more than determined. Can Sasha keep him at bay?
Time violation warning Zverev.
Sensational from Sasha, but just another breathtaking point.
What do you say? The speed of Alcaraz here. Well, this is turning into something special.
Well, I was just about to say, if he loses this set and match, he might want to look back at the drop shot on the previous point as to why he played that.
Yeah.
But then, you know, the scramble is there, that previous point, and even that return there. Just jag it back, give yourself a chance. Use your superior athleticism and fitness at this stage of the match to get over the line. I tell you, this whole thing hinges on this man's first serve.
Advantage Zverev.
But the fun and the flair comes when Alcaraz gets it back.
like no other. Zverev reminds us just how good he is on the defense.
It's pretty awesome. I mean, it is absolutely awesome, the tennis that both these men are playing now. But when they do their video analysis post-match, they're probably both going to go, you know what, I'm not approaching to the forehand ever again. It just doesn't win.
It's amazing how many players don't know it, Wally. They don't.
Thank you, players ready. Thank you.
What you love about the great players is they rarely lose their identity under pressure.
15 love.
Utter faith in the way that they play and the outcome that that brings.
Speaking of stubborn, how stubborn is Zverev? I mean, he's hurting and he is fighting.
Please.
Sasha just asking for the big screen inside the stadium there, not to have a close-up of one of the two players. It's just a little off-putting. Just get the wide shot.
Oh, what a return with speed. They're 3 hours into this match, and
15-13.
Zverev unleashed on that backhand. It was back so fast. Completely late there, Carlos. Oh, here we go. Out of nowhere.
15-14.
Alcaraz at breaking point. What a backhand from Zverev. He breaks Alcaraz and perhaps in the process breaks the Spaniard heart too. And maybe, guys, you just don't come into Zverev. Forehand or backhand side. What a laser of a pass that was.
Yeah. Respect.
Well, they've earned that. He may have been the lighthouse and the lightning rod for a lot of stuff off court, Zverev, in the last couple of years. But on the court, you have to respect that kind of shot, this kind of desire and character that he has shown.
Time.
Look at that. He's been here before.
He couldn't ice it then.
Thank
Can
you,
the shot
players ready.
that is produced
Please.
beautifully and exports misery take him over the finishing line?
Well, surely that's what Zverev needed, to win a tough backcourt point. To add to what you would suspect he might get out of his serve in these next few points.
You know what's interesting when these guys do approach, they approach so hard. They just crack the ball and go, and there's no split step. They actually have no time to split their step, and they tend to run into the volley.
I'm not sure I would have played that.
No, and I'm not sure anyone else in the world would try this at this stage either. Quite remarkable.
In. Is Zverev about to cross the Rubicon? He has never been a top 5 player at a major before.
The match is over.
Zverev puts out Alcaraz, and in doing so makes his second semi-final here in Australia, in a match that will live on in the memory banks for a long time. The alchemy happened at 5-2 down in that third set, where Alcaraz dragged himself from the brink of defeat and breathed new life into the contest. But Zverev bounced back from having been up a break in the fourth to close out the Spaniard, and he has done it in some style.
And I'm very confident, Mark, there was some emotion on his big brother's face there. They were subdued in the box, but they must be so proud. What a performance. What a match that was. It evolved into something so special.
He's got a volume of work to create in this sport, but he has already made an impact. And although, as you can see, quick to get off and disappointment for sure for the Spaniard, one thing is crystal clear, vodka clear, is that he is a shining light in men's tennis, and he will leave the sport in a better place.
Yeah, well said.
But this is his morning. He said he was fresher than when he took on Alcaraz at the US Open. He had played almost the same amount of time, and yet it simply, he said, hadn't taken as much out of him. He was proved correct. The biggest win at a major in terms of ranking of his career. And look at that emotion etched on his face. He's with Jim Courier.
Congratulations, Sasha. For 2.5 sets, you were playing some of the best tennis we've ever seen you play, and then it got complicated. How did it get complicated, and then how did you finish this match off?
Well, I mean, look, I'm playing one of the best players in the world, especially over the last 2 years. He's been #1 and #2 constantly. You know, he's won 2 Grand Slams, and you know, when you're up 6-3, 6-1, 6-3, 5-2, you start thinking. I mean, we're all human, and you know, it's a great honor to play against guys like him. And then when you're so close to winning, obviously your brain starts going, and it's not always helpful. But I'm happy that I got in the end. I think, you know, I fought back quite well in the 4th set, didn't let go, and then very happy to finish the match.
Yeah, it was never going to be easy with Carlos. Never. He's such a great fighter. You've been playing lots of tough matches this whole tournament. You've played a lot of time on court, a lot of sets. How is your body holding up? We saw you get the medical timeout with your feet. They're all taped up. Give us an overall assessment on what's going on with your body right now.
I feel fine.
No, we're not going to play this game. Not going to play this game. Novak played that with me last year. Come on. I mean, are you dealing with blisters? What's going on with the feet?
Yeah, well, I have a lot of blood under my toenails, so that's quite painful. You know, I take them out every single match, but then obviously when you play and when you run a lot, they come back. So yeah, just had to retape it. But you know what? I would much rather feel the way I'm feeling right now, with maybe a bit of pain here and there and be in the semifinals, than be at home right now and watch this tournament. So that's why I'm saying I'm fine. I'm happy to be here, and I'm ready to get going.
Well, you had a lot of time at home a couple of years ago. You had a terrible injury at Roland Garros, took you away from the game for 6 months. You came back in Australia last year, and you weren't the player that you are today. It was a long process. How difficult has that journey been over the last 12 months to reclaim your game? You're now into your 2nd major semifinal since then. It's pretty darn impressive.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, it was a very difficult moment, obviously, in my career and in my life generally, because you know, even if I would have lost that match against Rafa at the French Open, it's Rafa, anything can happen, and obviously he's won it 14 billion times. So I think a lot of players have lost to him there, but you know, having in the back of my mind that I need to win one match in the next 3 months to become world #1. That was the most painful part for me, and I had to start over. I had to start from zero, and I'm happy to be back in the top 10. I'm happy to be back in major semifinals, and you know, hopefully playing for titles again.
So let's look ahead to the semifinals. Now that you're there again, you get a day off tomorrow. You'll be back on Friday. You'll have an opportunity to take on another very tall, talented player like yourself and Daniil Medvedev. You guys have played a lot, but this will be your first time playing in best of 5 and in a major. What do you expect from that match?
Yeah, he's been kicking my ass a lot over the last year or so. But maybe this will be it. This will be the place. I mean, I don't know. I'm counting on all of you guys' support. You know, I love playing in Australia. I always say it. You know, we as players, we always say New York is the most energetic slam and the loudest and the craziest. But for me, the crowd is the best in Australia, because in my opinion, the energy and the noise is just as loud, but you know, I feel like the Australian crowd has real tennis knowledge, and you know, they're the most respectful crowd. They're the most, you know, just nicest to play in. You know, they know when to be loud, they know when to be quiet. So I enjoy being here. I'm talking too much. I'm talking way too much. Everybody wants to go sleep. I know that. I'm sorry. I'm excited. So I don't know. I'll shut up now.
Congratulations, Sasha Zverev, into the semifinals in the Australian Open.
Brilliant night, just a brilliant night. Everything that is great about tennis was showcased tonight. I think that little fan probably isn't going to go home as happy. I got a sense that it was an Alcaraz fan, but Zverev deserves all the plaudits tonight. Came out, implemented the plan. He conducted the ceremony so well for almost 3 sets before Alcaraz had a burst of energy that seemed unstoppable. But Zverev deserving of another squaring up with Medvedev, which had been some of the most chaotic and interesting matches we had on the tour last year. Let me tell you, Fitzy.
Well, it's a long time, I think, since I've seen Sasha be so impressive in all facets. Not just the way he's hitting the ball, the way he's competing, but his resilience and his character in holding firm and staying the course in a match like that against just a brilliant opposition. And he's soaked up that disappointment of the 3rd set and maintained his character. He deserved to win this. He really did. He was really impressive tonight, and he's going to be hard to stop.
If the opening couple of sets were littered with too many unforced errors from Alcaraz, that certainly wasn't the case in that 4th set. He took it. A young Wally and Fitzy discussing the intricacies of the match. And it looks as though Wally's got the upper hand again on the intellectual stakes.
Well, why should today be any different? What a night this was, and a morning, Petch. It's a pleasure to be here. What a thrill it is to sit and watch these matches together with your knowledge, and to, you know, have the experience of, or the privilege of sitting here watching guys, tennis guys in a sport we love, go at it head to head in a brilliant manner, a respectful, brilliant manner. They were awesome.
You don't always have to hunt the 3rd shot when you have a backhand like Zverev has to look for your forehand. We talk a lot about that, but Zverev is one of those unique characters, and that's what you need at the top end of this sport. You need a uniqueness about your style that upsets the rhythm of the top players, and Sasha has that. And it is going to be a fascinating end to the men's singles here. We have 4 wonderful players. Zverev against Medvedev, and of course Djokovic against Sinner. And Sinner, with those couple of wins over Novak at the back end of last year, will give him a bit of confidence. But Novak has never lost in the semis, 10-0, and he has written the code on how to be successful in Melbourne.
It'll stop one day.
It will stop one day, and who knows, Medvedev can possibly, at this year's Australian Open, put to bed the heartbreak from 2022. So many stories, so many headlines still left to be written over the final 4 days of what has just been an absolutely spectacular Australian Open, and it continues in a few hours from now. Thanks for watching.
Huh? Oh, you were talking. I don't know who's talking to me anymore.
Practice it, Karen.
Thanks. Thanks, guys.
A couple of days.
See ya.